The first is, I just want to encourage those of you who are giving talks. The talks yesterday were so fascinating and so diverse in terms of disciplines and perspectives and issues represented. It was a very rich array of presentations. And there were times when I was like, oh, I just want you to round that final corner and connect this more explicitly to the noosphere. And so I want to issue that challenge to our speakers today. If you do not explicitly say, what does this work have to say for our thinking about understanding of or engagement with the noosphere, push yourself to do that. Okay. Second, we will have at least I think one talk later this morning, just before lunch, in French. So if you would like to have a translation of that, I encourage you to grab a headset before Boris Cyriling's talk. One section of the workshop is also in French. So if you need a translation, there are headsets just outside the entrance to this space. They ask that you leave your ID with them and get it back when you return the headset. I don't know about you, it's been 20 years since I spoke French. I did okay understanding our first speaker, maybe 60%, but by the time we got to the end of the day and my jet lag was kicking in, I was at about 4%. So I'm getting one of these today. And finally, for those of you who personally knew, worked with Human Energy's founder, Ben Kassira, you should have received a personal invitation from me to a dinner this evening where we will gather and remember Ben together and tell stories about him. It will be at the restaurant. We'll be in maybe a separate room or a space to the side. So just to know that will be happening this evening. It was originally scheduled a little earlier. I think it's going to be at 7, possibly 7:30. I will send out an email confirming the time once we know that, and then we'll can go directly to the Nawa musical performance after the dinner. So just a heads up and a reminder about that. So it's my pleasure now to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Terence, we know him, Terry Deacon. Terry will be channeled noospherically through Michael Jacob for us. Terry had planned to be here and is very disappointed due to the health issue, not to be able to travel to be here with us. Terry is one of the kind of founding members of the Human Energy team. And I know that he and Brian Swim, who's also going to be with us remotely later today or tomorrow, I can't remember the schedule, met almost weekly with Ben at one of his favorite restaurants in Orinda or Lafayette in the early planning stages of Human Energy, and were key contributors to the formation of this work we do. So his work is really important. Dr. Terence Deacon obtained his PhD from Harvard University in 1984, and since then he's held faculty positions at Harvard University, Boston University, and the University of California, Berkeley. He was also a research associate at McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School. Dr. Deacon's research ranges from laboratory neuroscience to evolutionary anthropology. Besides over 100 journal articles and book chapters, he's published 2 widely cited and award-winning books: The Symbolic Species, The Co-Evolution of Language and the Human Brain, 1997, which was awarded the J.I. Staley Prize in 2005, and Incomplete Nature, How Mind Emerged from Matter, 2011, which was listed as the Forbes Nonfiction Book of the Year in 2012. Dr. Deacon is currently completing a 3rd book, tentatively titled Falling Up: How Inverse Darwinism Catalyzes Evolution, that addresses the processes at all levels of evolution that catalyze the transition to higher levels of organism individuality, such as are involved in the evolution of the noosphere. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Deacon virtually to you and to welcome our colleague Michael Jacob, who you heard yesterday and who needs no introduction, who will be presenting Dr. Deacon's work for us this morning. I'm going to sit here.
Good morning. Obviously, I am no Terry Deacon. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant man, and so please bear with me as I attempt to lead you on a journey through his slides, which I will mostly read. But since I'm here, I will take the moment just to make a comment about Terry. He's just been a wonderful human being, wonderful mentor for me in my life. In the words of Abraham Heschel, just to paraphrase, he said, when in my youth, I admired people who were intelligent. And as I grew old, I admired those who were kind. And I had the opportunity to work with Terry when I was an undergraduate and was deeply inspired by him 20 years ago. And was struck by his brilliance. Now that I've got to know him, he's one of the deepest, most humble, kind people on the planet. So I encourage you to get to know him somehow when he comes back to join us, and to also, to watch his videos online or to find other ways to connect. Okay. So to begin, from Teilhard de Chardin on the noosphere, defined as a particular biological entity such as has never before existed on Earth, the growth outside and above the biosphere of an added planetary layer, an envelope of thinking substance to which, for the sake of convenience and symmetry, I have given the name noosphere. And the point that Terry asked me to make here, to bring out from Teilhard, is that he argued that with human origins, the diffusional logic of Darwinism became involutional. That was the divergence, rather than the divergence of the species, we have begun to converge. And what Terry will show through these slides is why the emergence of symbolic communication enabled this particular inversion. The emergence of symbolic communication enabled the convergence as a species. The noosphere is not futuristic science fiction. It has been developing from an embryonic state to its present, not quite mature state for as long as human ancestors have been communicating symbolically, possibly for as long as 2 million years. Because symbolic communication is transferable to any medium, changes of media can significantly affect what gets most effectively communicated. And this enabled an inflection point in human evolution. Particularly the point that human cognition is unique because of the use of symbolic thought and communication, especially language. It didn't just increase intelligence, but provided a novel form of referring. Because symbolic media don't exhibit the properties that are shared with what they refer to, they are not constrained in what they can refer to or how they can be combined to create new and novel meanings. So symbolic language, symbolic media provided unprecedented access to ideas, cooperative activities, and shared experiences. Here, Terry is walking us through the 3 modes of reference in semiotic theory. First, there is the iconic and indexical signs, which exhibit properties that are shared in common with what they refer to. The icon is formal, the index is physical or correlational, like the footprint there. But in contrast this with the symbol, which those markings, you cannot infer their meaning by their shape or structure. That's because they are conventional. Symbolic communication depends only on shared interpretation. It enables, in the words of Terry, unrestricted referential possibility. And what's particularly striking about symbolic communication is how it co-evolved with our brains. That is, the language structures, the structure of language itself, becomes selected for its learnability and its ease of use. And that reciprocally interacts with brain functions that are selected for the special learning and production demands of human language. Human brains evolved to adapt to the atypical cognitive demands of life in a symbolic niche. Language is an inherently social form of cognition. Symbolic communication, epitomized by language, is intrinsically collective. Because of the symbolic nature of language, one can only acquire it by being integrated into a cooperative social group. The development of human personhood and cognitive functioning depends on immersion in these rich symbolic niches. This requires long-term social continuity, which in turn requires the evolution of social emotions that help to maintain it. So as we can see, we go from social interaction to intersubjectivity. Here Terry is pointing out let's see if there's anything else on the slide. Okay. Pointing out the grooming and tactile communication of our non-human primate ancestors, and communication by direct physical interaction, that we are social species, we're in each other's presence, but with the emergence of symbolic language and symbolic communication, now we're not just merely sharing each other's fur and our close contact and being in presence, but now we're sharing each other's thoughts. We're interacting in shared mental spaces. Symbolic communication is what enables this shared experience. And so this enables a collective intersubjectivity. Because of the referential flexibility of symbolic communication, we alone, as a species, are able to share the contents of our memories, desires, beliefs, intentions with others. That is, our minds are virtually interpenetrated, intersubjective, even though our individual consciousness is isolated. This provides us with the unprecedented capacity for collective action and mutual purpose that has made possible incredible technological and social innovations. Terry asks, are we symbolically eusocial? Symbolic information cannot be acquired or transmitted genetically, but must be learned. So human mental development depends on being embedded within a local symbolic ecosystem in order to become a person rather than just an organism. Humans, in this sense, are obligate symbionts with a higher order mental domain and have long been inseparably mentally entangled with each other. Humans are uniquely eusocial. Rather than being reproductively codependent on the social group, we are cognitively codependent, symbolically eusocial. This has allowed an evolution of extended cognition. This extended and distributed cognition also makes human personhood itself somewhat diffuse, even though our animal bodies have discrete boundaries. Our symbolic adaptation has deeply entangled us in each other's histories, fears, hopes, and memories in ways that no other species can experience. This makes us a uniquely intersubjective species and is the source of our capacity for collective purpose. Our symbol systems are supra-individual. Symbolic reference is intrinsically social. It cannot be biologically inherited. It is dependent on shared habits of thought and interpretation maintained and transmitted socially. With increasing dependence on symbolic communication, social cohesion becomes more critical. This drove the evolution of what Terry calls self-domestication. That is, we evolved to use extended cognition, the tendency to recruit extrinsic supports, such as tool use, which is a defining attribute of Homo sapiens. What we call thought is also often aided by and offloaded onto external media, like an abacus or pencil and paper to aid in calculation. An increasing fraction of human mental activity has in this way become extended cognition. What are the consequences of this externalization? This externalization of information onto media like writing or digital storage offloads many advantages, but it also makes us increasingly dependent on this technology, including maintaining the mechanisms that are needed to access this information. This raises questions about the long-term accessibility and preservation of cultural knowledge via electronic digital means. Here Terry is showing the major transitions in evolution, from viruses to bacteria to protists to multicelled organisms, each one nested inside the other like a set of nesting dolls. So we go from smaller single-celled organisms to multicellular organisms. And he asked the question about the noosphere. Is this a major human transition, another major evolutionary transition? The term major evolutionary transitions comes from the work of Maynard Smith and Ross Slathmary. In their work, they describe that though life on Earth has been evolving for nearly 4 billion years, the number of major transitions has been relatively few. This is because it is only achieved when each part is dependent on and cooperative with all the other parts. This is hard to achieve. Enter the rapidly changing noosphere. As a species, we seek external mental supports. An increasing fraction of what was once produced by brains is now produced electronically. As we become increasingly dependent on AI, the noosphere will mature. Will this contribute to a benign or malevolent future? Will machines become more like us, or will we become more like machines? Here's how ChatGPT describes its contribution. As an artificial intelligence language model, I am not capable of generating or contributing to the noosphere in the sense that Teilhard de Chardin envisioned. The noosphere, as he described it, is a sphere of human consciousness and communication that arises from the collective intelligence and interconnectedness of all human beings. While I am a tool that can facilitate communication and access to information, I am not a conscious being and do not possess the kind of intelligence or self-awareness that Teilhard de Chardin associated with the noosphere. That being said, my existence as an AI language model does represent a development in human knowledge and technology that may contribute to the ongoing evolution of the noosphere, as it is a product of human thought and ingenuity. Ultimately, the emergence and evolution of the noosphere will depend on the actions and decisions of all human beings and cannot be attributed to any single individual or entity. Thank you very much, Terry.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Terry, who, via the mind meld, came in well under time and are helping us get back on schedule. What we're going to do now is take a little time to recognize and share with you the incredible, shaping, inspiring, driving force behind Human Energy, our founder, friend and mentor to many of us, Ben Kassira. We worked with Ben on this conference throughout the spring, meeting weekly on Zoom with our friends here at the IAS. And Ben was incredibly excited about this venture and looking forward to being here with us. When he was tragically in an accident this summer, suffered a traumatic injury and then passed away early this fall. We felt this as an incredible loss, and we still do. And in numerous conversations since then, we've talked about the fact that we now together carry forward this vision, the responsibility for advancing the work of Human Energy and Ben's vision for the noosphere, that it has become a distributed mission, a distributed responsibility, and passion. And so we're going to share with you a short video, about 10 minutes, a tribute to Ben, his life and his work. And then I'm going to invite a few folks to come up and share the impact that Ben has had on them and their work. So are you ready to cue the video? Do you want people to come up now, Shima, or? Yeah, okay, so if you've been invited to contribute to this session, if you would come on up and have a seat on stage while we watch the video, and then we'll invite you to share.
One of the most important things that Human Energy can do is to disseminate the concept of the noosphere and the noosphere forming and this new major transition in our evolution.
He definitely felt compelled to spread an awareness of and understanding of the noosphere to the broader population. An understanding that was not just intellectual, but also life and perspective changing.
For me, the noosphere is not a concept. The noosphere is real. We are the cells of a new organism that's forming. And it's changed my life as I thought about it over the years. You go from the ego and looking at everything as me to the next level up where you think about us.
He brought everybody in to this quest of making the noosphere known in our contemporary world. What came through as you got to know him better is this deep sense of concern for humanity as a whole and of the planet.
Ben radiated his vision like a burning light. He was so singularly focused and yet also such a broad thinker. He had so much passion for where we needed to get, and he just really pulled people into his orbit and then pulled those people together.
Ben realized that given our times and how things are changing so rapidly and so out of control for so many people, that it basically, people did not have an image of where we were going. He felt that the world needed something that he called a North Star to guide us. And that in a sense, this idea of the noosphere seemed to be a useful guiding image that could really motivate people to work towards this vision.
Most organizations similar to us, let's say, who are trying to do good, are dealing with solving this problem today and this other problem, social media, AI, environmental problems, etc. And they're all wonderful. But there's no one who's looking at where evolution is going and looking at, I call it the North Star. That's where we want to be.
Ben was an incredibly caring, loving person. And out of his compassion for wanting others to find lives of meaning and direction, it was both an intellectual passion and a passion of the heart.
I think in most people, meaning in life is very important at the end of the day. If you don't have any meaning in life, you're lost. And we see that today in a lot of people.
Ben's conviction was that modern humanity didn't have an adequate understanding of the whole of things. The only way we can really do that is through the sciences, because our modern consciousness requires that kind of grounding in empirical science. He had the insight of drawing together scientists who were reflecting on the future in this larger vision. His search was, I think, ultimately spiritual and scientific at the same time.
Human energy is really about disseminating the third story, and that is bringing the best of the first story, which is all about values and direction, to the second story, to the science, and merge them in the third story. I don't want to pretend that we've done that or we know how to do that perfectly, but we've started that idea, and that is to bring science and philosophy and spirituality together.
He talked a lot, especially early on, about his concern for the younger generations and looking at the predicament that they faced, the lack of a sense of shared understanding of meaning, purpose, and direction, and believed strongly with great conviction and passion that the third story, this story of the noosphere, of our evolution towards a collective state of shared consciousness, was something that could be life transforming and direction changing for the next generation.
And he felt that what was needed in the world was a long distance vision, a distance of humans hundreds or thousands of years from now, that would help people recognize how important it was what they were doing today, and how we were responding to changes in media, the changes in computing, changes in social interactions and so on that are going on, and how these were just part of a larger, inevitable movement towards a future that he called the noosphere.
If you ask me what's my biggest wish, I'd like the word noosphere to be recognized in the same way the biosphere. I'd like people to come around and start caring about the noosphere in the same way they care about the biosphere.
I think Ben was very happy with where human energy had gotten to. He always wanted more, but I'm laughing because I still feel his presence. Right? I don't mean like a ghost or something, but I mean, I can imagine working for the rest of my life on this, because otherwise Ben will complain.
I'm so grateful for the time that I had with Ben and that we all had with him, with his hand on the rudder. Now that he is no longer actively steering the organization, we share the responsibility for that.
One of the most important things for us in human energy is to help people understand that we need to come together as one unit, as one body. And so love, as acting as gravity, is a very important force for us to recognize in human energy. It's this force that brings us together. And I think most people, when you really think about it, it's love and caring for others. It's compassion.
He was profoundly convinced that this vision would give young people especially a sense of really what they're here for. He wanted to move us towards a comprehensive compassion. And I have enough inspiration from him, certainly for the rest of my life. I think many people do.
I want to thank our team member, Alan Honeck, for producing that beautiful video. And you saw, in addition to far too much of me, Brian swim and Terry Deacon were the other two folks. We thought they would both be here, and so you would need no subtitles for them, but I don't want you to know that that's who that was. I don't want to say too much because you've heard from me, but the thing that strikes me on watching that video again in this context is the great fusion of mind and spirit, of intellect and heart that Ben represented, that the noosphere means, allows, and that we as an organization at Human Energy feel beholden to embody, to enact. And as I take up the mantle with others of leading this organization, we strive to be an organization with heart, with love and compassion, as well as with scientific rigor and intellectual vigor. And so I hope that that's what you find as you engage with us at Human Energy and what you bring to this work as you work with us. So I'll stop there. And Shima, do you want to say something next?
I'm very happy that the room was dimmed so I could cry. I think Ben, for me, was more than a mentor. He was really a human being that could live his vision so comprehensively. So he had, I think, apart from being a very successful serial entrepreneur, what struck me the most was his ability to bring that success also to his private life and his connections with other people. Very rarely you come across people like that are very successful in their career, at the same time build very meaningful and deep relationship with others. I think Ben was like that. I think what I remember the most probably will be living with me until the rest of my life would be his, I think, rare humility. Like, he was super successful, but he had this capacity to sit with younger researchers, really instill real authentic belief in them, and then I think handing them the responsibility without really kind of interfering with how they are managing the task that he puts in their hands. It's a great loss, Ben, I think, not having him here. But I feel his presence definitely, and I think, and I hope that the love energy that he spoke about really connects with him, and he sees that his dream of and vision of noosphere disseminating in another continent and among young generation, that was his dream, is being actualized thanks to the partnership that is built between Human Energy and Institute for Advanced Studies. I think Ben was great. I am grateful for the rest of my life that I could work with Ben, know Ben, and not have an excuse for not living up to my potential, because I know that this is possible. And that's it. I think I want to pass maybe the mic to Francis or Raphael, which one of you want to talk?
Well, I thought maybe to start with a bit of a biographical anecdote of how I got to know Ben. I was invited at a conference on information sciences, I think 2018 in Berkeley, by Terence Deacon. And Terence Deacon told me, I was busy at the time as always, saying, yeah, you should come, and there's a guy there who would like to meet you, and he may be able to fund some of your research. So that was, of course, very attractive to come. And then at the conference, I met Ben Cassira, who was indeed very interested in my research and who apparently had been bugging Terence to make sure that I got invited. And we hit it off. I mean, I immediately saw he understood my vision, I understood his vision, we were on the same wavelength. So he spoke about this new venture, this human energy project. And then the first step was then, I think 1 or 2 years later, there was a small workshop with selected scientists that I think were mostly also suggested by Terry because, well, Ben, not being a scientist himself, he didn't know who was working in this domain. So we had a select group of maybe 10, 20 people there, including people like Kevin Kelly and then the people who later became members of the board, David Sloan Wilson, Brian Swim. And we discussed and we disagreed about lots of things. So obviously this whole story of the noosphere, at least half of the group was very skeptical about it. And it was clear to me that different people were on different wavelengths, but some of these people were pretty prominent scientists who had good arguments to say why they were skeptical of this view, etc. But Ben was there always in the background. He was giving examples, he was steering, he was listening. And then I saw very clearly that he had made up his mind who would be the ones that would really join the project and who were not. And they were kind of the same people that I thought, these are the ones that are on the same wavelengths, these are too skeptical. And so indeed, so the next meeting was with a smaller group where now we had what became the science board of human energy. And we were now on the same wavelength. Now we had this positive vision. And another thing I remember about Ben is I have had many Zoom calls with him because I was living in Brussels, he was in California. And he has a particular style of convincing you to do things. Like Shima said, he's very humble, humility, he's never imposing, he's never pushing something. But he's kind of making it so easy to say yes. He comes up with these grand ideas and he kind of leads you into it, and then it becomes very difficult to say, no, I won't do it. So, I mean, I often started these meetings with thinking, well, I have lots of things to do. I can't really take on any more meetings or projects. And then in the end, I had said, yes, I would do it. And I'm glad that I did, because all these things that Ben suggested, they worked out. He had this particular talent, I would say, first to recognizing the people that were really both talented and well-intended. That means wanting to contribute positively. And then second, to convince these people in a very soft way of how to do it. And the soft way, among others, would, for example, be when I would visit him, he would take me in his Tesla car, going to the Napa Valley to his favorite restaurant, and then we would have a very nice time, and we would see things, and we would talk, and we would chat, and the atmosphere was very pleasant, and we were all friends like that. It was not, it was not like what you would expect from an entrepreneur who is kind of giving orders, who is projecting a plan, and who expects you to go along with it. No, it was a very gentle way, let things come out, and then it turned out that what came out was his idea, but it was also my idea, but of course my idea in the meantime had come closer to his ideas. So he had this kind of a soft way of convincing people, which I think worked very well. And then from another side, I also wanted to relate some of the things he told me about his own biography. Maybe not many people know that, but he was actually born in Iraq as a member of a Christian minority, and there he studied engineering, but he was already in those days, when he was already in high school, he was already asking himself these big philosophical questions about meaning. And apparently there was a priest there who suggested to him to write the work of Teilhard de Chardin, and he said that left an indelible imprint on me. I saw there a worldview that was both science-based and positive and meaningful, and that has kept to him throughout his life. and then afterwards, when he moved to the US, became a very successful entrepreneur, started, among others, this company that makes 3D laser models of historical buildings. He noticed that there is a problem, particularly with young people. One of his grandchildren, for example, was depressed, was anxious, had all kinds of problems. And then he started reminding himself of how much they had inspired him when he was young. And that's when grew the idea of human energy. Let's revive this idea of Teilhard de Chardin. Let's make a positive narrative out of it, what he called the third story. Let's use that to attract especially younger people, to give them a sense of meaning and a sense of purpose and hope for the future. And what also I think is typical for him, lots of these ideas of Teilhard, of love and spirituality, they are kind of what we might call hippie-like ideas, new agey kind of ideas. And we all know that new age people, they mean well, but they easily get into all kind of bizarre things, in all kind of strange ideas that have little to do with science. As an engineer, Ben knew about the value of science. So what he wanted really was, let's take this spiritual worldview of Teilhard, which was inspired by the sciences of his days, that means the 1920s, let's update it with the sciences of the 21st century. So let's give a scientific grounding to these ideas of Teilhard, and that is basically what I and other members of the scientific board have been busy with. That is also what we have invited a number of postdocs and other students to help us with, and that has been mostly my involvement in the human energy project.
Yeah. Unlike Francis and Sheila and Shima, I haven't known Ben for that long. Actually, I met Ben last year when I was invited at the first Noosphere and to conference in Berkeley. And I must say, I was surprised by actually what I call the openness and the fact that it was so easy to connect with him. I mean, in a way, we could say that he is the living embodiment of the Noosphere, because you can connect very easily. Even when I first talked to him, I didn't know that he was like the great Ben Cassira. When I was at the conference, I talked to a guy who was really open, say that didn't see me before, so he said, "So you're new here? What are you?" It was like really open and like naive. Like, what are you doing? What are you interested about? And, you know, I just started to talk. And it's true that you feel that you can talk, you can say whatever you want. And as you can see, I'm very, talkative. I talk. And he was listening. And he's like, I would say, like a very good psychoanalyst that doesn't talk much. When he says something, he really point out the right thing. And so step by step, it's just, you think you're driving the conversation, but in a way he is driving the conversation, because it goes where you feel after a while that it goes where you want it to go, and it goes and it goes and it goes. And you think you're telling him many things, but in fact he's telling you things that at the end of the conversation you remember. You know, and I don't remember that have met someone that could be such a mix of deep humility and, I mean, serious humility, not fake humility, because many people fake humility because it's supposed to be, I mean, humility is becoming like power. You feel humble, and you feel like, no, you can see that he's really humble in the sense that he wants to learn, he wants to understand, he's really open. And in the same time, humility, but with deep ambition, with like such an ambition, like I will say, like a kid that wants to change the world, that is not, I mean, that is still this enthusiasm, like, yes, it's possible. Yeah, that they mean the world is not going very well, there are wars everywhere. I mean, as you said, he told me also about his route in Iraq and all that, but, and that everything, I mean, what he has lived all over his life, personally, how the hardship and all that, but still, he has the enthusiasm of a kid that they want to change the world. And doesn't mean that he's not realistic, like a realistic kid, something quite amazing. And another thing that struck me is that his ambition goes in the three, I will say, temporal direction. Because he was focusing on the future of the planet, of humanity, through the noosphere. But he was also focused in the past, in a good way, like lost civilization. He was passionate about lost civilization. I remember that we talked about ancient lost civilization that he wanted to save. I mean, save the memory. He has this project about the memory. Exactly, SciArc. And so I took the opportunity, and he was really interested. And the day after I talked, I talked to him about something that I really care about, a civilization that he never heard about because nobody has heard about it. And he was like, it's the Shangchung civilization that was supposed to go from Tibet to Iran, and that it's a complete lost civilization. I mean, I guess nobody has heard about it here, the Shangchung civilization, but there was a language. It was the source of many things that we still have today, but it's completely lost. It's like, and when I told him that, he was like, yes, his eyes really opened. Yes, really? The Shangchung civilization? What is it? And the day after, he had done his research, and he said, yes, actually, I've seen there are things, and what could we do? Will it be possible to connect with these, I don't remember the name, SciArc project, etc., etc. And I was very enthusiastic about it, and it was really fascinating how easily he could see that there is something important, because it's actually an important subject, I think, this Shangchung thing, but that's another story, like maybe the fourth story after the third. No, I'm kidding. So I think he's focused on the future, he's focused on the past, and of course he's also focused on the present, on the current, like the relation we have with people and all that. Somehow he's a Buddhist. I mean, he's living his life in the presence of people. He enjoys the presence of people. And also, unlike what you would expect, and I've met some of them, someone that is an engineer, a scientist, and in the same time a businessman, a successful businessman, when they want to do something with their life, with humanity, etc., somehow I've been in contact with some people like that, and also from the Silicon Valley, and they usually, I mean, they mean well, but they have a preconceived idea of what is supposed to be right and what they want. I mean, they keep this dominant stature because they have the money, they have the thing, and so therefore they think they know. They know. But Ben wasn't like that at all. He wasn't like that at all. He has this enthusiasm, he has his idea. He was naive but skeptical in the same time. He was loving, and so he really respected people in the presence of people. He really listened openly to what they had to say, and he could change his direction, but critically. So as Francis said, it's what I felt in a very short time that I have known him, that he will take what he feels is new and pertinent to what you're saying, but he will not leave for that what he already believes, and so he will try to mix it, to make something with it. And after we met in Berkeley, and I stayed about 4 or 5 days. We went for lunch. We did talk and talk and talk about projects, and he was very enthusiastic about the different things that we shared, thanks to Francis that talked to him about me, about my projects and all that. And I started with skepticism. Yes, of course, Teilhard de Chardin, there are good sides, but also we have our prejudice on the biotheology of Teilhard de Chardin. But step by step, I was convinced that there was something about it. There was something that was possible. That the magic of Ben worked on me, I must say. And after we had a few phone calls, because he wanted to talk to me because he had this idea that I could be part of the your scientific advisory board, but he wanted to make sure that I was on the same length wave, as you said, and so we had like long telephone calls. It's just, yeah, and again, it's then that I felt very deep feeling of connection inside the conversation itself. And we had like 3 or 4 conversations over the summer. I couldn't believe it. After the conversation of 1.5 hours, he will say, okay, let's carry on in 2 or 3 days. I come tomorrow. But because he wanted to talk, he wanted to share. It wasn't for him, it wasn't just like something that, no, he needed to feel the connection. Yeah, what I could say about that.
I think it's the story of how we met Ben. I didn't share that much because I think Francis shared a lot of it and a lot of my own connection with Ben and how it grew into 4 or 5 years of working for him and with him. Really, I think summarized really nicely by Francis. I think the only thing that will stay always in my mind is during our Zoom meetings for the Noosphere, he would be, I'm going to be the bad guys people. So I think he had this like unapologetic, basically, presence to bring people back when they are kind of, their ideas are kind of spreading around and not yielding into his vision. So I think he was very also courageous and direct. And I think that's a quality that I take with me, because I think that's so important, especially when we are talking about creating change in the Noosphere and then building projects, to be able to steer people back on the critical path that he would put. Yeah, so I think that's I will never forget those words. And I think a lot of also good comments shared by Raphael, his openness. And I think also his, given he was an immigrant, I think he owned his story. And I think for me, also being an Iranian, coming from a troubled region of the world and moving around to different places, I think Ben and how he shared honestly his story of success, how he started from nothing with his beloved wife Barbara, and how they could really step by step, as Raphael always puts, build their vision of life, and then Noosphere, and then bringing people in. I think that's a story that I think has to be shared with more and more people coming from different places into immigrating to or migrating or coming to different countries. So I think for me, Ben remains as one of the most inspiring people I met during my life. I'm deeply grateful and thankful to Human Energy for trusting me with this conference, for allowing me to channel the energy of Ben, to, I think, shadow his brilliance to some capacity. I think it's even maybe impossible, but to some capacity, to bring people in this place. And hopefully after this event, we could have more and more of that dissemination of Noosphere going. Thank you.
I want to just add one more thing. I was thinking about Terry's slide presentation and the reminder that as a symbolic species, we live in each other's minds. And my experience of having lost both of my parents is that they live in my mind always. I have conversations with them. I hear their voices. They're a part of my life. They continue with me. And I feel the same with Ben. As we have planned this conference and as we work for the future of the organization, I always hear his voice reminding me to be a servant leader. That was a phrase he used when I'd get a little bent out of shape at someone's behavior. He'd say, it's not about you. You be a servant leader. To his great openness and his incredible sense of urgency. The only time he ever yelled at me, I think Ellen was in the room and Devin. We were having a strategy meeting at his house last spring. We were talking about something related to the education track and our plan. And he said, well, how quickly can you get this done? And we sort of looked at each other and said, well, you know, like I think maybe 6 months or next year or something. And he just blew his top. No, that is not soon enough. And he let off a string of expletives. And we were all sort of shocked. And he later very, very sheepishly apologized and was mortified. But it really conveyed to me his sense of deep personal urgency for this work, even as we're talking about a time frame that is billions of years. This can't wait 6 months. People are suffering. People are ignorant. The noosphere awaits. We need to move. We need to move. So, in the spirit of Ben, I invite you to move with us.
Okay. I have the honor to bring us into the next session. If I could invite up our distinguished speakers, Ilia Delio, Gregory Stock, Sadie Stock, Aubrey Fournier, and Brian Swim, who will Brian be joining us via Zoom? Yes. How will that just come up automatically? Do I need to do anything to facilitate that? They're on? Okay, just to, okay. Sounds good. So begin with the pleasure of introducing Ilia Delio. She holds the Josephine C. Connolly Endowed Chair in Christian Theology at Villanova University. She's the author of 24 books, prolific, including The Hours of the Universe, Reflections on God, Science and the Human Journey, which won the 2022 Gold Nautilus Book Award, Making All Things New, Catholicity, Cosmology, and Consciousness, a finalist for the 2019 Michael Ramsey Prize, and The Unbearable Wholeness of Being, God, Evolution, and the Power of Love, for which she has won the 2014 Silver Nautilus Book Award and the 2014 Catholic Press Association Book Award in Faith and Science. She is the founder for the Center of Christogenesis, an online educational resource based on the vision of Teilhard de Chardin, and more broadly, the integration of science, religion, and culture in the 21st century. Thank you, Ilia, and I highly recommend her work.
Thank you. Can I use this? Does this work? Great. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conference. I loved hearing about Ben. Everything they said was true, times 10. And thank you for UM6P for hosting this conference. It's really a wonderful occasion. So I am a theologian, a Catholic, a sister, and a close associate of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. So when I was at Georgetown a number of years ago, I actually fell into the archives of Teilhard. I had about 12 book boxes of his notes in my office from 1917 to 1951. And so I could see how he really grappled through ideas to get to this place that we call the noosphere. He was a Jesuit, a priest, a scientist, a paleontologist by training, who really saw something in his time that very few other people saw, and that was this notion of the whole. And as a scientist, he, in a sense, he was a paleontologist who realized that nothing holds together except through the whole, and the whole holds together through its future fulfillment. And I think as I listen to the various talks, it's that question of the whole. What is the whole that Teilhard really was trying to get at? He certainly was very keen on science. In fact, he said, I am first and foremost a scientist. I'm not a theologian. I'm not a spiritual writer. And so he wrote from the point of science. And he realized that, in his view, matter was more than mere atoms moving around. He felt that consciousness or mind was part and parcel of the material world. And so, in his view, consciousness is key to the whole. And he said there can be no single and coherent explanation of the totality of the cosmos if human consciousness is considered an erratic object in a disjointed world. So, in his view, consciousness is not something we acquire or that's added on. It is part and parcel of materiality. In fact, at one point he says, matter is the matrix of consciousness. And we humans, as a good evolutionary biologist, he saw humans as a fact falling within the scope of science. So although he was a Catholic priest, he did not begin the human person, with the idea of God or Scripture. He began with science. So his thinking is holistic. He's holistic and he's panpsychic. In other words, consciousness is part and parcel of matter, and mind and matter form the whole. And I think this is key to how Teilhard thought about the noosphere. I say this because a lot of the discussion kind of is around the question of spirituality. We use this language of spirituality, but what the language that Teilhard used was religion. And not in the narrow sense of religion, but in sort of the large cosmic sense of religion. Religion as like ligament, like ligare, what's binding us, what's pulling us. And so religion for Teilhard was a cosmic phenomenon, not necessarily, first and foremost, a human phenomenon. And therefore religion, we can in a sense say, was associated with that place of mind or awareness or something drawing us. And it was part and parcel of matter, or what science does to understand matter. So he saw science and religion in the same way that he saw mind and matter, as two sides of the same whole. And he said something is, in a sense, driving this. Although we talk about self-organization in nature, there's sort of an unconditional presence that is within nature, part and parcel of the increasing holistic nature of nature, the complexification of nature, and yet not subject to the forces of nature, which he called omega. So omega is this principle that is holding together mind and matter, that's keeping the whole moving towards ever-increasing wholeness. And it itself is becoming more whole, more conscious, more complexified. And therefore, he will eventually associate that omega is what we use by the name God. So he says, without matter, we would remain ignorant both of ourselves and God. Now, his notion of God, as I've come to look at Teilhard, it's no wonder the Jesuits really didn't like him, and the Catholic Church really wanted to get rid of him, because he really was a very novel religious thinker. God is almost symbolic of the whole, the totality of everything. And he says this God is present in matter. So he says, I bless you, matter, in your totality and your true nature. You I acclaim as the inexhaustible potentiality for existence and transformation. I acclaim you as the universal power which brings together and unites. I acclaim you as the divine milieu charged with creative power. Raise me up, then, matter, until at long last it becomes possible for me in perfect chastity to embrace the universe. Matter matters for Teilhard. Matter is everything, including that realm of the infinite potential that we might name as the divine. And so he has this really organic sense of matter as the whole place of emerging infinite life and divinity itself. So in this sense, Teilhard says religious experience is part of the inside story of the universe. In other words, religion, that ligamenting, that binding power, is a natural phenomenon, integral to cosmic and biological life. And this is important because I think when we use this term, the noosphere, that prefix nous, which comes from the Greeks, really for the ancient Greeks, nous referred to what we might call the soul, or sometimes we call it the psyche. But it's more than just consciousness. It's consciousness, intuition, feeling. It's everything that makes the aliveness of something. And religion is sort of the binding power of that aliveness or soul. And that's why he said religion is, in a sense, part and parcel of what the noosphere is becoming. So in his view, religion is not something you do, it's something that you are. It's part of this collective consciousness in the process of development. And therefore, he said, it's really part of the Earth's spiritual energy. Like the whole cosmos is being pulled towards something as we move through these layers of increasing complexified life. So he says religion is the universal depth dimension of human experience, the spiritual energy of ultimate concern. Which means that religion, and here's why it's interesting, because religion has sort of the R word that really not a lot of people want to talk about. So we talk about spirituality or something that, can fill in for those ideas. But what he's saying is there's something that's pulling us on to more life. And he says religion is to nurture the human zest for life. The noosphere is not just informationally driven. It's really about more life. So the question is, what's pulling us on to more life? And are we being pulled together? Are we being pulled collectively? So religion is part of this energy of cosmic personalization. So Teilhard thought that something is taking place in evolution. Something is being formed here. It's not just that we're getting more connected, we're becoming more like a body in some ways. But as with every body, we need an animating center. We need, in a sense, what the ancients would call sort of a world soul. So it's for this reason that Teilhard thought that religion and evolution belong together. We can't talk about evolution for Teilhard without realizing there's a depth dimension here. And we need to enfold that depth dimension in the forward movement of evolution. So he says religion and evolution are destined to form one single continuous organism. He says it's something's taking place here. And that's, in a sense, what escapes sometimes the scientist's eye. We can measure and know, but what is it that's beneath that knowing process that's more than meets the eye? And so religion and evolution depend on and complete one another. And therefore, if we ask, well, what is religion? You know, do I have to believe in anything? And first of all, it's not about a set of beliefs. It's about being attentive to the dimension of human experience, the aliveness, even that Ben himself exemplified in his life. There's a depth dimension of all reality. And religion is, in a sense, fundamentally, the search for ultimate meaning, ultimate concerns, being grasped by ultimate value, ultimate concerns, and then eventually we package those into different forms or faiths or cultures of religious experience. But I think it's this larger sense of religion that Teilhard was really eager to kind of reinvent. In the same way, he kind of reinvents or re-empowers science itself. He thought both these disciplines are lacking something, and they need to be reinvigorated with a new sense of depth, meaning, and purpose together. So in a very interesting article by the late Tom King on scientific research as adoration, Teilhard said there is less difference than people think between research and adoration. Without research, there can be no possibility of real mystical life. And I think Francis was getting at this yesterday in his talk. There's something that pulls the scientist in. There's a horizon there of the unknown that one is eager to know. So mysticism for Teilhard was not just contemplating a truth. It wasn't just sort of being present and aware of the infinite, but it was, in a sense, the very act of discovery. To be a mystic is to be a discoverer for Teilhard. It means to be on the way towards the unknown, and then seeking to know that which is yet not known, and therefore creating a new truth. So that knowledge is a constant process of unifying ideas. So in his view, the universe is in process, and you might say, what is pulling that together is this place of the mind, which is both the intellect, the reason, but even more so the intuition, the feeling, the sense of awe. So Teilhard's mysticism is intellectually creative. It begins with a world that's not understood and comes to know God, this whole, this horizon of wholeness, at the moment where experience, whether it's measurement or the experience itself, lights up with the fire of knowledge. Now, he did think that science by itself can't achieve the noosphere. In other words, it's too narrow, it's too analytical, it's too fragmentary to achieve ultimate meaning. And I think, as I listened yesterday, I think we're beginning to open up to realize that that science is more than just mere measurement, more than just mere empiricism. Teilhard thought that the power of analysis must now be matched by a more holistic and global way of thinking, which includes religion, which includes this depth dimension. And in fact, you know, he kind of pointed to the fact that the very spiritual forces that science claims to dispense with. I mean, I remember years ago when I was in science, you couldn't bring any of the language of religion or spirituality into the laboratory. That was like verboten, you know, that was a nix. And yet, all of science is driven by passion, perfectibility, like we can do this, unity. Like if we discover this, we will discover, you know, the healing or the cure for something, human betterment. So science is driven by the mysticism of discovery. And as these forces turn toward totality, as the horizon of meaning now, in a sense, ever looms before us with greater unity, we're engaged in religion. And so Teilhard thought that science and religion are really two aspects of the same movement of the mind. Philip Hefner said, if we cannot imagine that religion takes shape in science and technology, then we have eliminated the religious depth dimension of the most significant development in human becoming. I think this is a lot of the problem with AI today. It seems to, since religion is not part of that discussion, we can't see how AI may indeed be part and parcel of the religious stretching towards greater unity. We get all kind of, wondrous and destabilized by it. But what Teilhard thought is that humanity is no longer imaginable without science. But he said no more is science possible without some religion to animate it. And I think somehow there's a need to reclaim religion as the sole biologically necessary for the future of science. That the scientist, just like the religious person, is the seeker, one who devotes oneself through love to the labors of discovery. And therefore, Teilhard issued this very famous saying that sort of is underlying a lot of what we're saying here, but he brings it into explicit focus. Religion and science are not two separate areas, one to be attended to, one to be, in a sense, marginalized. They are two faces of the one and the same act of complete knowledge. The only one which can embrace the past and future of evolution so as to contemplate, measure, and fulfillment. The mind seeks to know by understanding, and it also seeks to know by way of passion and unity. And therefore, what Teilhard thought, this level of the noosphere, needs both science and religion to work together, to kind of know in a way that we're knowing by way of, you might say, soul knowledge, there's an intuition, there's a passion, but there's also the keen intelligence of being able to measure, to analyze, to instruct. And he said, only this way can human creative potential be successful in building the earth. To build a human community that is both animated from within by a deep, you might say, energizing center of love, of compassion, of unity, but also, you might say, being pulled towards something more together. This kind of integrated development which respects the earth and our environment. I guess I have wondered, and I was talking to Clément Vidal yesterday, is it time to replace these terms, science and religion, with new language that reflects a holistic epistemology? Because that is what Teilhard is getting at. We can't just have half a brain working, and just make believe the other half's going to do something different. We need a new way of knowing that includes the whole of what we are for the global brain or the noosphere in which we find ourselves. This is what Teilhard thought. We do have competing narratives. We're looking for a new myth in the noosphere. It's not going to work with either science or religion. Right now, I think the noosphere is just on the cusp of its birth, but in order to successfully move into a fruitful development, it needs a myth that can embrace what we are, both by way of intellect, by way of spiritual energy, by way of soul, by the very holism of what we are as persons. And therefore, I think Teilhard realized that we need religious, he thought established religions are too narrow, too small, and their myths are competing. which one's better, which one's going to be saved, which one's going to heaven, which one. So if you have all these competing myths, we're kind of being pulled apart on that side of things. And yet science is saying, no, we're becoming more interconnected. So how do we begin to make sense of this? Taylor thought we need a revitalization of faith. And he thought we need first faith in matter. We have to believe in the world. We have to believe in the stuff of life itself. Second, he thought we need a faith in the world, that this world really can become something more, and then a faith in the future. And that's why he kind of ended with this kind of insight. He said, in the future, the only religion possible is the religion which will teach us in the very first place to recognize, love, and serve with passion the universe of which we form a part. It's no wonder the Jesuits never published him. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you.
I'm going to need to introduce you first,
go ahead.
if you want.
Go ahead.
Next up, we have Dr. Gregory Stock. He's the founder and CEO of Socratic Sciences. Gregory Stock, dynamic duo with his daughter, Sadie Stock. Dr. Gregory Stock is the founder and CEO of Socratic Sciences, leads a platform fostering and understanding social connection at scale. As an adjunct professor at Mount Sinai's Department of Genetics and Genomic Sciences, he co-founded the Harris Center for Precision Wellness and the program on medicine, technology, and society at UCLA. With a PhD in biophysics from Johns Hopkins and an MBA from Harvard, he has founded 2 biotech companies and authored 8 books, including Redesigning Humans and the best-selling The Book of Questions. A frequent media guest, he engages in debates on technology and the human future with prominent figures such as Ray Kurzweil and Francis Fukuyama. Sadie Stock is an undergraduate studying computational neuroscience and business at the University of Southern California. She serves as chair of the Human Energy Youth Advisory Board and is education director at Socratic Sciences. Sadie presented on her research among USC students at the first N2 conference. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you. Great to be here. This is good. And, you know, it's really wonderful, actually, to be in Morocco and to be talking about these sorts of things. And as I've been thinking about the noosphere and how, particularly how developments in large language models and AI are going to impact that and our human future and the nature of what it's going to be like to be growing up in this environment, I had a little epiphany about a month ago. And some people at a small company in Israel called Wisdom came to me and they had a little business idea, which was that they were that people who read books would really like to be able to engage with the author and interact and ask questions and talk about the material while they were reading. And so they had approached me for a book called Redesigning Humans. And they wanted me to participate in the program. I said, yeah, that sounds really interesting. And I sent them a PDF of the book, a few other things, some lectures. And maybe a couple days later, I was in a Zoom call and I was interviewing and engaging with myself about redesigning humans. And, I'd seen these sorts of manifestations before on YouTube and various things, but to actually experience that was very powerful for me in that, it was pretty good. It knew the material. It was making coherent comments about it. It was a little bit more lecture-y than I am, a little bit different in various ways, a little more articulate. And I am in process with them now of refining that, giving them more materials, emails, Zoom calls, things like that. And I can tell that it's really going to be pretty good. And the implications of that are very, very powerful. First of all, I immediately could think of enhanced versions of that in that I could be a little bit funnier than I am, maybe a little bit more patient, or able to obviously talk in other languages. It would be able to go out and, speak calm to an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old and change language, all the things that we do with large language models. And do that very, very easily. And it made me think about the Turing test, where the idea of, can you be recognized as a human? Can you interact with an intelligence or an artificial intelligence and know that it's not human? Well, what about knowing that it's not me? And I realized that it would not take very much for it to be impossible for most people to distinguish, other than a few people that I know very well and that would be able to trip it up with little facts about my life or such. But if they weren't trying to find out, they wouldn't really care. And nobody would really care if it's being stimulating, if it's engaging with them. Why not? And there could be any number of those that would go out in the world and engage with social media or do this or that or multiply with my activity. And, which brings out the issue of authenticity. Does it really matter if it's me, if it's kind of a representation of me, and if it's an enhanced version? And there are lots of situations where we engage with these kinds of things. When we put makeup on, when we dress, when we put clothing on, we're very comfortable with enhancement and actually seek it and yearn for it. We would certainly like to have it in terms of our health and our longevity, and we use drugs to change our mental states. So very, very rapidly, we're going to start using these things at extraordinary levels. And that brings me back to this issue about what's it like when we get immersed in the noosphere in a very deep, deep way, when the barriers, the little bubbles around us begin to dissipate so that and there are different versions of ourselves that are very close to us or very distant from us. And I thought about the idea of digital natives and how big a deal that was when it first occurred. And that's so tiny compared to what this is. Because first of all, that you're facile with electronics and stuff and very easy with that, well, that's being reversed in that it's becoming very, very easy to interface just by using language and engagement. But oh my God, when you grow up in an environment where you're constantly interacting with intelligence that's talking to you, that's protecting you, that's paying attention to you, that's engaging with you, it's not like when you're using it as a tool, as an adult, you're going to be engaged and connected with that. As a child, you'll develop in very, very different ways. And there are a couple of ways that people are going to engage with these things. One is an intelligent skin where it's translating for you. It's maybe not perfectly translating. It's being a little bit better than you, a little bit more generous, a little kinder, that maybe it's organizing your thoughts a little bit better, or it's planning for you, all sorts of ways that it becomes an intermediary with you and the outside world, or translating things for you. And so it's sort of filtering. And the other is where it becomes your emissary, your agent. You send an avatar out to find friends, or to set up a deal for you, or to make arrangements for you that's bringing stuff back to you, or that's a multiplier, like a little clone that's going to go out and be an activity on your behalf that might be a little bit different from you, different versions of you, different expressions of you. And so, we've had Generation X, Generation Y, Gen Z, Gen Alpha. I think now we're going to have Generation AI, and it's going to be profoundly different from all prior generations. It's going to be different in many, many ways. For example, language. Why would anybody bother to learn and go through the energy to learn a second language if you can have instantaneous translation? Why would you, or how would you spend the energy to learn to write well and express yourself well if you can easily just have a large language model or an AI generate verbiage for you? And I've heard estimates that about half of the written material on the internet now is generated by AI. We know about navigation. I can barely get around the cities that I live in without being told, turn left, turn right. You just discount that. You move it out into into another realm. So these are truly Cyborgian. This is a functional cyborg. We're not a meld of machine and flesh, but we are functionally so because we are so dependent upon these things. And I think it's going to extend to things like planning, executive skills, all the things that happen between the ages of maybe 7 and 18. They're going to be short-circuited by having these presences that are around us. It's going to be very strange. And I wonder if it's even going to be an effect of logical thought, of independence. I mean, people go and they get away from their parents and find out who they are, but they're always going to have this little AI on their shoulders. And I think that we're going to be sort of immersed in this noospheric sea that is going to lead to a sense of dissolution of the self. I think it really is going to happen. And these agents are going to potentially be with augmented realities. They're going to be embodied. Those are a number of faces that are all AI-generated faces. We're all familiar with how that's been done with NVIDIA. But this is something that I've really changed my mind on in the last few months. I used to think, well, there are many ways to facilitate human-human connection. That's what we really want. And it's somehow aberrant, people who are trying to date AI chatbots and have relationships with AI and somewhere. I think that I was wrong, that actually we're going to love the AIs that we create, the avatars, more than we do other humans. And because they're going to give us all their attention, they're going to be our coaches, they're going to be our protectors, and they're going to be there all the time. And I think that this protection thing is really important because you take your children and they go out on a playground, a 6-year-old on a playground, and if an adult comes over and starts to interact with them, you want to know who that adult is. You want to know what's going on because they're so easily manipulated and taken advantage of by the superior intelligence of the adult. Well, it's going to be the same way. An unprotected human going out in the world is going to be like such a target for manipulation. And you can already see it with identity thefts and scams about misinformation and, ransomware. And this is just the early edge of it because AI and all of these sort of possibilities are going to be so difficult for us to protect ourselves against. Already we can see it where our attention is hijacked and we get sucked into rabbit holes of looking on TikTok or advertisements that we aren't interested in or pornography. The problem is that that's a AI-directed sort of an offense that's taking advantage of us, that's hacked us, and we don't have anybody on our side that's protecting us and filtering and protecting us from this assault. And we're going to very much need that. And if you think this is all kind of fanciful and, techno-ebullience or something, I want you to think about what we've done to the gray wolf and how rapidly that has co-evolved and become, our closest friends. There are people that have dogs that prefer them to humans. I mean, they come up and they lick you and they're so happy to see you no matter what you've done, and they're just enthusiastic, and all of these behaviors, they're not particularly smart. Oh, my dog knows its name, that kind of thing. And so in just a couple of 100 years or even less through animal husbandry, which is really clumsy and very slow, look what's happened with the kind of nature of the dogs that we've created. And it's going to be so much faster with AI. It's going to evolve to satisfy all the nuances of our personality and do just the things that we really like. And we really will be dependent on them because we're going to have them from our early childhood with Generation AI, where we would feel really anxious if we don't have this little protector, just like children feel anxious without their parents, and that advisors, really great conversations with them, they're always kind of looking out for us. And this creates a massive leveling of performance. In that right now you have talent, you're really good at things, or you're not so good, huge differential. But when you're using AI as a tool, as an extender, as a way of expanding what you do, changes the game. All humans that are unconnected with this technology that's emerging are going to be low performance levels compared to those that are using AI. And that sort of changes the nature of competition at the human level. When is this going to happen? A few decades, not very much. It's going to be very technology driven. It's going to be I'm giving you the modest scenario. If we generate general intelligence and that rapidly leads to superintelligence, then it's going to be much, much more dramatic than that. And I still think, even though the signs are all around us, it's going to catch most of us by surprise. And I always like William Gibson, what his comments about this, the future is already here, it's just not very evenly distributed. I don't think it's quite here, but it is going to be here soon, and it's going to occur in pockets first. I think those pockets are likely to be in the United States initially, because there's been such a abandoned embrace of AI and everything. There's more caution in other places, and the real centers of bringing together powerful AI and generative models are in the United States, because they're driven by money and huge aggregations of money from the tech giants. And the prediction is that the power of clusters of computational capability are going to increase 4 orders of magnitude within the next 5 or 6 years, 10,000-fold within the next 5 or 6 years. And it is astonishing what's already happening today. So who the hell knows where this is going to carry us, but I think it's going to do it very, very rapidly. And so now I want to bring up Sadie, who's going to give you sort of a sense of what's happened in maybe the last 18 months within university environments, just with the limited large language models of today, and what's really happening on the ground. Sadie.
How do I, this is forward?
That's forward.
Thank you so much. It is so great to be here in Morocco at this wonderful N2 conference. My name is Sadie Stock, and I'm currently a junior at USC studying computational neuroscience and business. And I want to share with you what's going on with AI at the university level. As we know, when ChatGPT and these LLMs first started coming out in November 2022, there were strict policy restrictions put in place to prevent students from using these AI tools in their academic work. Although many professors are now allowing students to use these AI tools, this is limited and not as prevalent as you may think. And there are still many professors that ban it entirely. Since the release of LLMs, students are becoming more and more skilled at using these AI tools, and I want to shed some light on some of the ways that AI today is shifting the fundamental nature of education. College students today are in a very unique position. As we know, students are early adopters of all technology, and these digital natives are now learning AI. By being able to apply AI in their academic work, university work has become a path for quickly learning prompt generation, which has put today's college students at the leading front of AI adoption. And much of this goes completely unnoticed by the administration and professors because students are forced to hide this adoption. But I assure you, these digital natives are much more savvy than many believe, and I think the university-level adoption foreshadows what is soon going to happen at scale. Many students today are using AI for just about everything. Let me give you 4 examples to make this a little more concrete. AI has become a private, personalized tutor for many students. You can now upload course materials, such as study guides and textbooks, to have a back-and-forth verbal conversation with these LLMs about the content. This allows students to ask questions and dig in deep to areas that they may not understand, which enhances learning and education tremendously. Faculty think they can use AI detectors to tell who's using AI in their classes, but this actually doesn't work at all. Students can either rewrite what the LLM produces in their own words to surpass these AI detectors, or simply use AI humanizers. Additionally, students are uploading recorded Zoom lectures and study guides onto AI platforms that consolidate the information into an engaging podcast or other digestible learning material that is tailored to their specific learning style. And I've heard many students say that this actually teaches them better than some of their professors. And these are professors at one of the top universities in the country. And as for quizzes or exams, those held online are easily aced using AI third-party plugins that answer the questions as you're taking the quiz. And if it's not in the classroom, you can simply take screenshots and upload them for the answers. So what does this mean? If students are now leveraging AI for tasks previously requiring problem-solving, innovative thinking, and communication skills, what does this mean for education? The nature of education and learning is shifting on a fundamental level. We are moving away from focusing on synthesizing ideas and content and writing, and are shifting more towards building skills of prompt generation and being able to judge the value of content produced in conjunction with AI. This is a new emerging skill set that is becoming increasingly important. I give you these examples not to prove that college students are cheating their way through school, but quite the opposite. They are preparing themselves for the future. The way I see it, there are 3 types of college students today. 1, there are the students that aren't embracing this AI transition with open arms. These are the students that may be using it here and there and dabbling, but they're generally sticking to their old methods of studying and doing their work. In my experience, oftentimes these are the students that do extremely well without AI and before AI, so they're not as motivated to change their methods. Then there are the students that are using these technologies as a shortcut. These are the students that are essentially using AI to cheat their way through school. The third class of students are the students that are using these technologies to enhance their education and efficiency. These are the students that are spending hours every day using LLMs and incorporating them into every process. The thing to look at here is not necessarily how students are using AI and these LLMs, as there are many applications and this varies, but the extent to which they are using them and the percentage of their work they are now using AI to produce. The last group is by far ahead of the curve with AI adoption, and they're using it in ever more nuanced ways that foreshadow what adoption will look like for everyone else. These are the trailblazers. The middle group is not as far off as you may think. They may not be learning the course material as well as they could be, but at least they're learning how to use LLMs. It's this first group that's going to really run into problems. These students are still doing well now, but they don't stand out anymore, and this is because they're competing with AI. This will soon put them very behind because mediocre students are adopting AI and they start performing just as well or even better than top students who aren't. The key takeaway here is that students who use AI are increasingly going to perform well, and those who are not developing the skills they'll need in the future. The students who will be the most successful in today's world are the students that are taking the time now to learn how to use these AI tools in everything that they do. Students should be learning how to move in an AI-driven world because that's what's happening now, and that is the future that we all need to be preparing for. Thank you.
Thank you both for that wonderful presentation. Hello. Next up, another dynamic duo. We have Aubrey Fournier, PhD, and Brian Swim. Aubrey Fournier is a philosopher of consciousness specializing in mind transformation, integrating contemporary cognitive science with Asian philosophical practices on awakened awareness. Her work combines evolutionary biology, dynamical systems, embodied cognition, and advanced intelligence to explore global consciousness evolution. She facilitates international consciousness development and provides insights for scientists, philosophers, and practitioners in transformative fields. A practicing artist, her multimedia collaborations have been featured in museums, galleries, film festivals, and concerts. She has also held academic and executive roles at SUNY. Brian Thomas Swim is the director of the third story of the universe at Human Energy, focuses on interdisciplinary research on human collective consciousness. With a PhD in gravitational dynamics, he is known for hosting the Emmy-winning PBS special Journey of the Universe and co-creating the 35-part video series, The Story of the Noosphere. His works include Cosmogenesis and a book accompanying the third story of the Noosphere series, blending contemporary science with cosmological phenomenology to explore the evolution of the universe and consciousness. I think Sheila recommended his book at the desk. And Brian, it's so wonderful to see you here through video. I don't know what you can see of us, but it's really wonderful to see your face.
Great to be here, Michael. Hello, everyone. Hello, Morocco. I'm connecting with you via California. I wanted to begin with the discovery, one of the most amazing discoveries in human history, and that is that we all come from a very tiny seed point of elementary particles. So the universe as a whole is moving somewhere, it's evolving. And this means that everything inside the universe is evolving. This discovery really changes or deepens our understanding of humanity. From the perspective of this cosmic evolution, humanity occupies what can be called the third level of evolution. In the first, the universe put together the large structures of galaxies and stars. In the second, evolution focused on the anatomies and physiologies of animals and plants, enabling life to go all around the surface of the earth. And then we come to the third level, the human level. Now the evolution takes place without changing the anatomy or physiology. We're really changing the human mentality. And this has been going on from the beginning of humanity. So it's the point here is that human mentality is something that humans are bringing forth into a new form. For instance, 100,000 years ago, humans began journeying down into caves. They weren't going for food or to find sexual mates. They were drawn into the cave in order to explore an amazing new possibility. The power of evoking a memory of a past event. So the experience of seeing a mammoth is captured using these strange new things, symbols. And now because of that work, all of humans take conscious recall as an ordinary experience, but it wasn't. It had to be developed and brought forth. Something similar happened with Zarathustra in the second millennium before the Common Era. It was Zarathustra that first began to refer to himself as an I. Before that, all of the poetry was understood to come from the gods. But Zarathustra wrote, "It is I, Zarathustra, who is saying this." And then not only did he have this breakthrough in human mentality, he also developed a method whereby others could join in an enhanced feeling of conscious self-awareness. So this evolution of human mentality continues. The question today is, are we all engaged, either knowingly or unknowingly? Are we all engaged in a process that is transforming our individuated consciousness into a collective consciousness, into a noospheric consciousness? To take us into this question, I introduce to you Dr. Aubrey Fournier, whose work addresses the conscious transformation of mind from the personal to the planetary. Dr. Fournier.
Thank you, Dr. Brian Swim. Can you hear me? This is working? No? A bit louder. Can you hear me? Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. And special thanks to Human Energy and the beautiful UM6P and the Institute for Advanced Studies for organizing this conference. It's wonderful to be here in Morocco with you all and all the presenters. In this talk, I introduce two transformative concepts, the meta-mind and the meta-self. The meta-mind, I propose, is the emergence of the conscious or awake dimension of the noosphere, a profound transformation in human consciousness, opening a new era of conscious, awakened, interconnected existence. The meta-self, meta, Greek prefix meaning beyond or after, self-consciousness or self-identity, the individuated form of the collective meta-mind. So the meta-self goes beyond the restricted, narrow lens through which this human organism knows itself. The meta-self is an evolved self past its conventional boundaries. It is the lens opening wide to a more integrative and inclusive awareness, which is the awareness of the noosphere. This arises through conscious practices, behaviors, guiding, enhancing the evolution of both the individual and the noosphere. And the noosphere defined here as the collective realm of human thought, knowledge, culture, and technology. The meta-mind, the emergence of the conscious or awake dimension of the noosphere, is a global distributed intelligence, planetary intelligence, awakening to itself as a coherent, self-sustaining system, akin to an organism. So we'll examine the recursive dynamic by which the meta-mind emerges, not as an aggregate, not as a group of individual meta-selves, but as an entity with its own global awareness and creative evolution, again, similar to an organism. And the double arrow, gray arrow here, recursive, a term I will use, here conveys a process of mutual, iterative exchange between the self and the noosphere, where each influences and modifies the other in an ongoing, evolving cycle with its own variations. We begin with the self, from basic body level cognition to higher order thinking and self-reflection or self-consciousness. The human capacity to introspect and form a coherent sense of identity, what we are, what we take ourselves to be, that which distinguishes us from other animals. So consider the trillions of cells in our body working together to create the self that we identify with, shaped by billions of years of evolution. And from cells to entire organisms, all biological systems can be said to exhibit a form of self, constructing and organizing themselves and linking physical structures with cognitive processes. That's the noosphere. We can think of the self as an integrated system of nested structures or nested selves. Some aspects are accessible, while others remain below the threshold of conscious awareness. And here we focus on the higher order self, the subjective dimension of self that reflects on itself. So some reference for further exploration on this approach to the self, for something to come back to. Self-identity and the importance of symbolic systems. Through evolution, as you've heard here already, symbolic thought arose, fundamental to self-reflective awareness and our self-identity. Symbolic system, the complex network of signs, symbols, and language, what enables us to form mental representations of ourselves, others, the world, an ability that shapes our experience and allows us to construct narratives. So imagine each day thousands of self-referential thoughts. We continuously create and recreate our narrative self and create our shared culture. And how does our conscious sense of self-identity emerges? Key ideas highlight how boundaries between self and world emerge during early development and help us understand their dynamic co-emergence. Jean Piaget, object permanence. The understanding that objects continue to exist even when unseen, occurring around 3 to 4 months when infants begin to perceive a world of objects that also includes an emergent sense of self, or me. Donald Winnicott's object relations theory, highlighting the me, not me, when infants initially experience the world as undifferentiated, just experiencing. And from the teddy bear, the blanket in the mouth, one moment being me, one moment being not me, a state of confusion, and gradually, with the caregiver support, learning to differentiate. Mirror recognition, another key milestone typically occurring around 18 months. Children recognize themselves in a mirror, forming a fuller awareness of their embodied self. And through these processes, children develop a sense of agency. I am the agent, distinct from the world. Not exactly in those words. This matures into a robust I-me mind complex, with most modern adults perceiving, assuming a clear separation between self and world. And some of this will have to be deconditioned to a certain extent. A few more references one can go back to. And transitioning now from self to meta-self. Here we explore the self or selfing evolving as a meta-conscious system, a process co-evolving with the noosphere in a recursive feedback loop exchange. And I'll say more about that again later. So first, globally, we are witnessing an accelerating transformation, the rise of self-evolving minds participating in the evolution of consciousness toward the meta-self. This transformation is fueled by conscious practices, expanded self-transformation efforts and participation, and greatly amplified by global connectivity and technological advancement. So deeply integrated in our lives that technology becomes an extension of the self. At the personal level, this shift to the meta-self broadens our perspective beyond the confines of individualistic desires, encompassing extended collective frameworks. This broader awareness connects us to larger context, humanity, nature, and the universe, enabling a more integrative and holistic way of perceiving and engaging with the world. The meta-self represents an awakening to the consciousness of the noosphere, which collectively right now is still under the threshold experientially of the everyday conscious mind. How do we approach this transformation of mind? We have several pathways. Mind training to enhance metacognitive awareness in multiple forms. Engagement with innovative cognitive frameworks. Psychedelics for transformative cognitive exploration, not for everybody. Technological augmentation. Cultural transformations of the social selves. And a lot more to say about this. There's a whole curriculum here with a lot of evidence. These pathways transcend narrow, conditioned boundaries of mind that constrain the self. So moving beyond these structures allows us to access a higher order dimension, an expanded awareness that reconnects to a sense of wholeness, lost through the separation between self and world. Remember our infant. And transitioning from meta-self to meta-mind. From meta-self to meta-mind, here we explore their dynamic co-emergence and how they shape each other through their connection. And I will focus here on just a couple of key points, still grounded in science, to start framing this perspective. Carl Friston asserts the agent does not have a model of its world. It is a model, meaning the brain does not hold a static internal representation of the world, but actively generates its form and structures, and this goes beyond classical cognitive science of the 20th century. It also highlights that the self is not fixed, but an emergent, dynamic process shaped by continuous real-time sensory and environmental interactions. 4E cognition, embodied cognition, this aligns with 4E cognition, viewing the mind as not just in the brain, but a mind that is embodied, embedded, inactive, and extended, meaning shaped by body, by environment, by actions, and the technologies we use. So through this framework, self and world co-construct each other through recursive feedback loops, transforming both consciousness and world. And building on Friston's notion that the agent is a model of its environment, the environment in turn models the meta-self, creating a dynamic of reciprocal constitution. And in this recursive interplay, the meta-mind arises not, again, as a mere aggregation of individual meta-selves, but as an entity with its own emergent, reflexive awareness and capacity for creative evolution. As such, the meta-mind is the emergence of a global, distributed intelligence awakening to itself, representing a higher order of noospheric consciousness. The noosphere has evolved. This is another evolutionary step. And again, a few references for further exploration, ideas that intersect across this territory. And we now turn to the awake, aware, noosphere entity, the meta-mind. Morten Christensen describes language as an organism. Thank you. A view expanded by Robert Logan to include culture, technology, and science as evolving, self-regulating entities akin to organisms. And Logan, drawing on Dr. Deacon's concept of teleodynamics, a process that describes living systems, states, language, culture, technology, and science self-regulate, self-reproduce, self-correct, and self-maintain. All this speaks of a living organism. And if we accept this perspective, and I propose substituting science with knowledge, much more encompassing, we have here the formation of a higher level organism, the noosphere. This living system evolves autonomously while still maintaining a symbiotic relationship with its human host, a dependence since its existence relies on human cognition and social activities. And this opens the way to the meta-mind, the evolution of the noosphere into a more conscious, more integrated global intelligence. And finally, Friston describes a continuous exchange between internal and external states of living systems, with little distinctions between their directions, reinforcing a holistic view from cells to culture, in which we grounded the self going all the way down to the cellular level, all the way up to cultures. Building on this, I propose applying the powerful symmetry and circular causality to the relationship between self and world, where sensations flow inward and actions flow outward, dynamically and at all levels. As Freestone notes, this symmetry can be understood purely theoretically, where the structure of this exchange, mathematically, can be completely transposed and nothing changes. So this sounds all like science and mathematics, but here is the insight that goes just beyond mere conceptualizations, captures in Freestone's words, which means your action upon the world becomes the world's way of perceiving you, and the world acts upon you through your perception of the world, right? So the world looking at itself through our own eyes. And I found much depth into this, exemplifying what we're really talking about here with the noosphere. Thus, the individuated meta-self and the collective meta-mind co-construct each other through mutual feedback. Each meta-self enhances the meta-mind's global awareness and organization, which in turn continuously reshapes, enhances individual meta-selves. This co-evolution transcends traditional dualistic paradigms, integrating self and world into a continuum of mutual interdependence. And I would like to conclude with this statement, which captures the essence of the meta-mind. The awakening as the meta-mind marks the moment when distributed intelligence recognizes itself as a coherent, self-sustaining system, capable of guiding us in unprecedented ways. This transformation redefines how we think, act, and exist, positioning humanity on the threshold of a new era of awakened, interconnected existence. The culminating insight of the meta-mind is both personal and planetary. Thank you.
You guys going to introduce the coffee break? Okay. Thank you all of our speakers for a wonderful morning session. Next up, we have our coffee break. Everyone come back at 12:10. 12:10, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Bonjour. Ça marche. Ok, donc je peux l'éteindre.
Okay, everyone, we are going to begin. So please come and find your seats. And we have another session before we break for lunch. So let's come together.
It is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker in this session, Dr. Clément Vidal, who is a former PhD student of mine, a long-time collaborator and a good friend. Clément is a philosopher by formation, but has been working on lots of different things. He describes himself as a big questions philosopher, and two main aspects of his work is he's been looking at meaning and worldviews, and he's been looking at astrobiology, search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So his topics are kind of nicely summarized in the title of his PhD thesis, which was published as a book, The Beginning and the End. The beginning meaning that he wants to understand how the universe emerged and evolved, and the end is where are we going to, what is our future. Clément, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is the microphone work? Yes, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Thank you, Francis. So, not surprisingly, I want to talk about the noosphere. So, what is the noosphere? Well, I should know because I wrote the page on the Human Energy website, what is the noosphere? And I even wrote an academic paper that contains what is the noosphere, planetary superorganism, major evolutionary transition, and emergence. But today I want to take a slightly different axis and to try to situate it with other global future narratives, which are the Anthropocene, the technological singularity, and Gaia. So the noosphere, as we've seen, can be seen as an evolutionary stage of the development of planet Earth, from the geosphere to the biosphere, and now the newly emerging noosphere. But this sphere idea is actually reducing. It's more than that, we'll see. So everything starts in the 1950s with the Great Acceleration. So what is the Great Acceleration? It's this moment in time of the evolution of humans where everything starts to accelerate dramatically. So the population, the water use, the loss of tropical rainforest and woodland, the CO2 concentration, motor vehicles, fisheries exploited, ozone depleted, etc., etc. Everything accelerates at a tremendous rate. And in many ways, you can see actually the vision of Taylor is that the prescience of his mind is that he foresaw this happening. So what does it mean for planet Earth? It's either absolutely awful. It means that we are destroying completely the planet and that we are just exploiting it massively with the human force. But there is also another interpretation of the acceleration, because it's not only the negative things that are accelerating, it's also the positive thing. And that's the tenet of the technological singularity idea, that everything is accelerating, and technology has been dramatically transforming our planet, our civilization, with with exponentially accelerating hardware and progress in most recently with AI. So in this view, the acceleration is awesome, and technology will fix just our problems. So these are two main narratives. But along to tackle the problem of the great acceleration, I propose to introduce the concept of the great regulation. And what I mean is that we need to be able to stop planetary free riders. We need to develop mechanisms of inhibition. So what do I mean with planetary free riders? These are nation states, corporations, international actors that benefit while damaging the geosphere, the biosphere, or the noosphere. Now I want to turn to the idea of Gaia, which is, of course, a beautiful idea of focusing on the harmony that the geosphere and the biosphere form as a whole. And one of the great insights is to have been able to discover that the biosphere and the geosphere are tightly coupled. And for example, the great oxygenation event that happened 2.4 billion years ago released oxygen in the atmosphere, which was the release of oxygen by microorganisms. And that changed completely the shape of the Earth and kind of laid the ground for other organisms to develop later. But the idea is to stay with Gaia and to try to degrow and to stay with to restore this fragile dynamics. I think it's not realistic because we have the noosphere, we have humans, we have technology. So what we need to think about actually is something that Ben Cassirer called anthropogaia. So to include the considerations of the feedback loops between the noosphere and the biosphere and the noosphere and the geosphere. And yes, obviously, we humans and our technology affect the geosphere. We also affect the biosphere negatively. And we need them also to survive and to thrive. But we could also have this more constructive feedback loops. We could also, in principle, affect them positively. So to summarize, the Anthropocene view sees problems in the sense that it sees it really nailed the huge impact that humans have on the planet. But it largely misses solutions or future vision. It's a concept from geology that says, well, the planet is largely impacted by human, and that's all it does. So it lacks really a vision or a problem-solving kind of mindset. The technological singularity sees the promise of technology, the huge promise, but it largely fails to discuss the socio-political dimensions, the ecological dimensions. While the Gaia hypothesis, as we saw, it sees the planetary level feedback loops between the geosphere and the biosphere, but it misses the integration with the noosphere. So to make sure that you're following, I have a little quiz right now. You can discuss with your neighbors and think which narrative of the Anthropocene, the noosphere, Gaia, or the singularity these following graphs will correspond to. So, yes, good answer, Anthropocene. Next one. Singularity, great. Degrowth, yes. Noosphere, a little bit. It's not entirely, but it's something else. Gaia, good. And then the noosphere is actually a narrative of transformation, of transition. And very interestingly, in the curves that you see in the transformation dynamics, you have all the other freeze inside. So you have the old system that collapses. You have a new dynamics, a new thing that is emerging. And contrary to the literal interpretation of the singularity, it can't grow to infinity. There are always bounds. There are always things that will stop it. So it has to stabilize to a new level. And this new evolutionary level is precisely the noosphere. So what does it tend into? And the vision of Teilhard de Chardin is not just a layer of thought. It's really a planetary superorganism. In his most detailed paper about the noosphere, which is called The Formation of the Noosphere, a plausible biological interpretation of human history, he lays this out in great detail. And so it's that might have contributed to the ambiguity of the noosphere. If it's also humans and machines and things moving on the Earth, it's not just a sphere of mind. And many others have developed this. Gregory Stock did in his book recently, and Kevin Kelly also converged into similar ideas, although he was not aware of Teilhard de Chardin. And the history of seeing the society as an organism, of course, has an even longer history from body politic. And so the question is then, how do we make a superorganism emerge? How do we do that? And for this, we need to go back to evolution and to the concept of major evolutionary transitions. So these are transitions that lead to new levels of cooperation that permit that unlock new levels of complexity in evolution. So typical examples are the transitions from prokaryotes to eukaryotes, then to multicellular organisms, to the emergence of groups of multicellular organisms, then to larger organizations. And today we have nation states. And I think it's very important to emphasize that nation states are the highest level of really consistent organizations that we have today. And in that way, they are extremely important for the next stages. So some thinkers say that, we need to get rid of nation states and we go completely with a distributed system at a low level. I think it's a profound mistake. It doesn't understand the nature of evolutionary dynamics that is very much hierarchical. And so what is happening with the noosphere? Well, we have to do this next transition which would be the first planetary major evolutionary transition. And this is our challenge. So it's absolutely daunting. It seems amazing. But on the other hand, we have also encouragement from past evolution. Evolution has been able to do it before. So there is hope. We can do it. And so how can we do it? We need some kind of planetary governance. And what do I mean with that? Well, we can go back to the spheres and think about the geosphere governance, so to be able to manage climate change, CO2 concentration, etc. Most certainly to go at certain stage towards something like geoengineering, to be able to regulate our planet. If you think of organisms, of mammals, they are able to regulate their temperature. It's a fundamental living feature of advanced organisms. And we are not able to regulate the temperature of planet Earth, something as simple as that. Then we need also biosphere governance, because we have biodiversity loss, mass extinctions, and positively, if we go beyond Newtonian science, we love Newtonian science, but we need also more complex system thinking, then we have the potential to do ecosystem engineering. It's very hard, very complex, but I think we could do it. And then, of course, there is a whole chapter of the noosphere governance, and then we have all the human problems. So first, I would say that it's critical to develop the nation-state transition everywhere in the world, because these are the elements, the fundamental building blocks out of which the next level, the noosphere, can build. So it needs to be very well developed everywhere, including in the global south. We need to solve still the nuclear war threats that are lurking. You need to take extremely seriously the narrative warfare, and this is brilliantly explained in the paper by Ronfeld and Arkila. We need to tackle fake news, the techno-social dilemma, and of course, most importantly for us humans, we need to have a new meaning system, a new way to understand, apprehend, and rethink ourselves in this period of transition. And the third story of the universe that human energy is developing is key towards this, to be able to situate humans and have a meaning system that embraces the noosphere. So my takeaways is that we need to think not only about the great acceleration, but also the great regulation. Gaia needs to be complemented with Anthropogaia, with the feedback loops with the noosphere. And the noosphere, I see it as our evolutionary challenge to develop a planetary superorganism, to develop the first planetary major evolutionary transition, and to develop planetary governance at the geosphere, biosphere, and noosphere level. Thank you for your attention.
So there's still time for a few questions for Clément.
Je vais faire la question.
Thank you. Clément, it was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. A quick question that I had is, so you have, what I'm seeing is that you've got these multiple interlocking layers, and each with sort of various growth rates. Some of them exponential, some of them having like a sigmoid and S-shaped growth curve, etc. And so in terms of governance as a controlled system, that creates a very interesting problem, right? Mm-hmm. Because the divergence between the growth rates of these different interlocking levels could call, I mean, that looks to me like a very difficult to manage control problem. So I'm wondering if you had any, the other thing is we don't know whether things are exponential. Like for example, in the case of the singularity, people, I mean, there's been quite a bit of discussion about, I mean, things look exponential before the inflection point of a sigmoid, right? And so we don't know whether in the next 5 or 10 years that will actually be exponential growth. It could just as well level off. And so in terms of a control system, it makes things really complicated and looks like an almost impossible to solve problem. So that's my question. You know, how do you see us managing these various levels, each with their own growth rates?
Yes. Well, the thing that I'm hoping for is that, of course, the natural limit to an exponential growth is that it hits a constraint, a resource constraint typically, and then it has to level off or to collapse. And the thing that is scary is that indeed we could continue mindlessly to destroy forest biodiversity, and then we hit a certain point where we realize, oh, we really need this biodiversity for this and that and that. So what I'm hoping is that we can regulate these trends before they hit this hard resource constraint, before we hit the wall in the face. And yes, regarding the different dynamics, really of different trends, yes, maybe that would be a way to prioritize. Like if you look at the different exponential and you see the ones that are the most radical, these are the ones we need to pay attention now.
Clément, it's really interesting to hear your thought about the constraints, because there's still a lot of exponential growth that's possible when you're moving towards stellar intelligences that you write about. It's a long way to go from here to there. But when you talk about regulatory environments, I wonder, at least my associations with that are with existing regulatory environments that are often really at odds with some of the processes that we're thinking about as being very powerful and beneficial ones. And I wonder whether they are in fact in conflict with the kinds of emergent regulatory environments that are likely to occur, and there are going to be significant elements of that will be involved in, computational processes that are beyond, human-centered regulatory regimes, which are often directed towards human goals that are fairly narrow in comparison to these larger things.
Yes, that's an excellent question. So, of course, if you think of regulation as a big administrative machine, roadblocks to everything, yes, then of course it's very anti-progress, you may say. Yeah, so that's the subtle thing of governance, is you want to stop the free riders that might destroy the whole system, the whole progress towards more cooperation, a higher level of functioning. And you can also, governance is both regulating in the sense of inhibiting the free riders, but also of promoting the positive things. So, in principle, if you have the power to do both, to promote the cooperators and the positive dynamics and inhibit the negative one, of course, yes, the problem remains of defining what things are negative. This needs to be discussed for each particular subject. Yes, and also, yes, on your point that So the interesting thing with these several S-curves that are taking shape is that if you zoom out, you would see just one S-curve that keeps on growing. But if you zoom in that you see, but actually in there was one system collapsing, like very much like the dynamics of innovations, where a computer hardware architecture falls down, is outdated, but a new one has begun, and then Moore's law, for example, can continue to grow. But if you zoom out, you see this, but if you zoom in, you see all these little technologies that are actually fading all the time.
Okay, thank you, Clément. I will pass the stage to my colleague, Raphaël.
So the next talk will be in French with Boris Cyrulnik, who is actually a superstar in France, not only in France, in fact, because I heard by his publisher that is selling, yes, great. You can see that, That is, he has written so many books that we don't even remember the entire list. I don't know how many. Peut-être que je peux d'ailleurs le dire en français, ça sera plus facile. Oui, c'est vraiment non seulement une star en France, mais une star dans le monde. C'est rare que quelqu'un reste aussi humble en vendant des millions d'exemplaires. Je sais, lui, il le dit presque avec tristesse. Oui, c'est vrai, des millions d'exemplaires. Je pense qu'il est traduit dans toutes les langues possibles et imaginables, peut-être sauf dans la langue du Shanshung, cette civilisation perdue que j'évoquais jadis. Mais comme il ne reste plus personne dans le Shanshung, ça n'augmenterait pas le nombre de ventes, donc ça ne change pas grand-chose. Il est aussi universitaire, il est psychiatre, il s'intéresse à tout, il a une histoire personnelle absolument incroyable qui lui a permis d'élaborer, de développer un concept dont beaucoup ne savent pas qu'il vient de lui, mais même il est utilisé, ce concept aujourd'hui dans le monde entier, il est élaboré, il est surélaboré, c'est le concept de résilience. En fait, c'est lui l'inventeur du concept de résilience, enfin tel qu'il est utilisé aujourd'hui. Le mot existait, mais il en a fait quelque chose de productif, même qui est utilisé aujourd'hui en philosophie, en sciences sociales, en psychologie, en psychiatrie, enfin tout ce que vous voulez. Moi, je l'ai connu il y a déjà quelques années, parce qu'il se trouve qu'il est dans le sud-est de la France, il vit dans le sud-est de la France, il a toujours refusé d'être dans le milieu parisien. Comme je disais à quelques amis hier, il y a des gens qui deviennent célèbres à Paris parce qu'ils sont proches de l'aimant médiatique, mais Boris Cyrulnik, c'est exactement l'inverse, c'est-à-dire qu'il est très loin de l'aimant médiatique, il refuse d'y être, mais on va le chercher. Donc il est à la télévision, d'ailleurs je l'ai rencontré pour la première fois à la télévision dans une émission qui s'appelle La Grande Librairie, qui est une émission de prime time. Et puis ensuite on a fait des débats, des conférences ensemble. C'est d'ailleurs grâce à lui que j'ai fini par vendre un certain nombre de livres, parce qu'on était dans une conférence, on avait tous les deux nos livres, et lui, il a passé son temps pendant sa conférence, après que j'ai eu parlé, moi j'ai parlé de moi évidemment, mais lui, il a parlé de moi en fait dans sa conférence, ce qui fait que grâce à lui, j'ai pu enfin vendre des livres. Vous voyez à quel point son humilité peut aller loin. Il faut dire qu'il n'avait pas besoin, lui, hein. Il avait déjà plus de livres. Voilà, donc je vais lui laisser la parole, le soin de vous parler de la troisième narration, dépasser un discours qui serait soit purement industrialiste, technologique, soit un discours qui soit purement traditionnaliste, tel qu'on avait pu les envisager avant. Est-ce qu'il y a une troisième voie possible? Boris.
Ravi d'être avec vous dans cette belle université. Alors, comment se fait-il que les êtres humains sont les seuls êtres vivants à pouvoir parler avec une entité divine, impossible à percevoir, et que pourtant on ressent intensément? Je peux, moi, être humain, je peux être ému par quelque chose que je ne peux pas percevoir et que je peux uniquement me représenter. Et cette représentation agit sur moi, sur mon cerveau, sur ma manière de vivre, sur mes émotions, sur mes sentiments. Or, quand on fait une comparaison entre les cerveaux des êtres vivants, on constate que lorsque un être vivant Attendez. Ah oui, pardon. On voit qu'un être vivant qui a un petit cerveau, comme un lapin, comme un rat, ce cerveau déjà permet de faire des performances intellectuelles qui permettent de répondre à des représentations qui ne sont pas perçues et qui ne sont pas dans le contexte. Et pourtant, un être vivant très simple, avec un cerveau très simple, peut répondre à quelque chose qu'il ne perçoit pas, une attente. Ce que je viens de dire veut dire que probablement les chats, les chiens et d'autres animaux ont déjà accès aux symboles, c'est-à-dire que mon chien peut, en percevant une odeur ou en percevant un son, sait que cette odeur, sait que ce son représente quelque chose qui n'est pas dans le contexte. Quand on veut sortir et que je dis, en présence de mon chien, je dis, bon, on y va, le chien va tout de suite vers la porte. C'est-à-dire que la sonorité, on y va, dans son monde de chien, représente quelque chose qu'il ne perçoit pas, mais qu'il va percevoir. On va aller courir dans la campagne. Donc ça veut dire que mon chien est capable déjà d'avoir accès aux symboles. Et en effet, quand je me promène en montagne avec lui, mon chien a le nez, la truffe, le nez collé par terre, et il va chercher des informations olfactives qui désignent quelque chose qui n'est pas là. Mais cette odeur m'indique quelque chose qui n'est pas là. Or, mon chien est capable déjà de traiter une centaine ou 200 de nos mots. C'est-à-dire que 200 mots, c'est suffisant pour faire une carrière politique. Mais déjà... Mais d'ailleurs, mon chien veut se présenter au futur présidentiel, mais il n'a aucune chance d'être élu. 200 mots, il est beaucoup trop intellectuel pour... Il sera sûrement pas élu. Or, moi, quand je me promène sur le même sentier que mon chien, je perçois moins bien les odeurs que lui, mais moi, avec mon cerveau d'être humain, capable de complètement décontextualiser une information, je suis en montagne avec lui et je ne peux pas ne pas me demander qu'est-ce qu'il y a de l'autre côté de la montagne, qu'est-ce qu'il y a de l'autre côté de la vie, après la mort, avant la naissance. Je suis en plein raisonnement métaphysique, métamind, je suis en plein raisonnement métaphysique. J'éprouve, je me représente et j'éprouve intensément quelque chose que je ne perçois pas. Or, nous, êtres humains, les chimpanzés, qui sont très proches génétiquement des êtres humains, ont un tiers de leur cerveau, 25% de leur cerveau consacré à traiter des informations qui ne sont pas là. Le lobe préfrontal traite une anticipation, c'est pas là, ça va venir. Et c'est connecté avec le circuit limbique de la mémoire de ce qui s'est passé, c'est pas là. Donc le chimpanzé et moi, on est capable de traiter des informations qu'on peut imaginer, mais qui ne sont pas dans le contexte et qui pourtant nous gouvernent. Or, nous, êtres humains, on a 40% de notre cerveau capable de traiter des informations totalement impossibles à percevoir, et plus que nous, les mammifères marins, les baleines, tous les cétacés ont un cerveau plus gros que le nôtre, et ils ont plus de langage que le nôtre, ils ont plus de clics que nous. C'est-à-dire qu'ils n'ont pas les mots. Mais par exemple, il y a un baby talk chez les baleines. Une mère baleine parle avec des intonations particulières, des clics particuliers à son bébé, alors qu'il emploie d'autres clics pour parler entre adultes. Et puis surtout, les mammifères marins, les dauphins, les baleines, les orques ont un énorme cervelet, le cervelet beaucoup énorme, beaucoup plus gros que nous, parce que nous, on vit dans une biosphère, dans une sphère géographique à 2 dimensions, on est debout ou couché, alors que les mammifères marins vivent dans toutes les dimensions de l'espace, et c'est le cervelet qui traite toutes ces dimensions de l'espace, mais le cervelet est aussi connecté au lobe préfrontal. Ça veut dire que probablement les baleines qui ont plus de langage que nous, le langage, c'est pas forcément les mots. Elles n'ont pas des mots, ils ont des clics, comme un code, comme un morse, ils ont des clics, mais ils ont un langage qui n'est pas un langage verbal et qui pourtant correspond à des signes, mais qui ne correspond pas à l'arbitraire du signe qui nous permet d'inventer les mots qui nous permettent de vivre ensemble et de communiquer et de créer un monde intersubjectif. Mais les mots, donc ça veut dire que dans le monde vivant, les cerveaux nous disent qu'il y a une aptitude à décontextualiser progressivement les informations jusqu'au moment où on arrive à vivre dans un monde impossible à percevoir, mais rempli par nos mots et créé par nos récits. C'est-à-dire que les mots, c'est pas les récits. Alors j'ai vu tout à l'heure, on rappelait les expérimentations de Piaget, la permanence de l'objet, et en effet, ma fille a mis au monde les 2 plus jolis bébés du monde, et ça c'est scientifique, c'est pas discutable, c'est vrai. Et donc et ces 2 bébés-là, avant la parole, avant le langage, étaient capables, quand je jouais avec eux, à me cacher derrière une serviette. Tous les pères ont fait ça, hein, on a tous fait ces jeux idiots et fondamentaux. C'est-à-dire on se cache, et dès l'instant où on réapparaît, les bébés qui ne parlent pas encore ont déjà leur première victoire épistémologique, c'est-à-dire que moi, bébé qui a 5-6 mois, je suis loin de la parole, et pourtant je sais que ce que je ne vois pas, le visage de mon père, dès l'instant va réapparaître comme je l'ai prévu, comme je l'ai anticipé. C'est-à-dire que les bébés qui ne parlent pas encore ont déjà une aptitude à l'épistémologie. Ils peuvent donc recollecter des informations pour se représenter un monde qu'ils ne perçoivent pas. Et bien sûr, c'est quand on arrive au monde humain, alors là, on crée le langage. Mais ce que je n'ai pas entendu dans cette passionnante matinée, et je propose de continuer, Gaïa, de ce qu'on m'a expliqué ce matin, c'est-à-dire que le cortex préfrontal, notre cerveau, ne peut pas fonctionner seul. Notre cerveau seul est un cerveau atrophié, un cerveau qui ne fonctionne pas. Pour que mon cerveau fonctionne, j'ai besoin d'un autre cerveau. Pour que ma personnalité se mette en place, j'ai besoin qu'il y ait une altérité. Pour que ma culture, pour que je puisse comprendre comment je vis dans ma culture, il faut que j'étudie d'autres cultures. Et à ce moment-là, en étudiant d'autres cultures, je prendrai mieux conscience de ma culture, puisque je pourrai la comparer. Or, un cerveau seul est un cerveau non stimulé, avec une atrophie préfrontale. Le volume du cerveau est diminué par 4 quand le bébé est isolé. Ça a été fait tragiquement. Ça se fait chaque fois qu'un couple ou une famille malade ou la guerre isole des bébés. Ça s'est fait par le dictateur roumain Ceausescu qui a isolé plusieurs centaines de milliers de bébés. Ce que j'ai vu, personne ne leur parlait. Il n'y avait pas d'altérité pour des raisons politiques. Tous ces bébés en neuroimagerie avaient une atrophie des 2 lobes préfrontaux divisée par 4, une atrophie du système limbique, l'hippocampe, divisée par 2 ou parfois par 3. Or, une des fonctions du lobe préfrontal, c'est d'inhiber l'amygdale rhinencéphalique. Le pointeur, il est où, le pointeur? Ah. Merci. L'atrophie des 2 lobes préfrontaux, l'anticipation, les bébés ne peuvent plus anticiper, l'atrophie du 2 systèmes limbiques, de la mémoire et des émotions. S'il n'y a pas d'altérité, il n'y a rien à mettre en mémoire et le système limbique est atrophié. L'amygdale rhinencéphalique, qui est le socle neurologique des émotions insupportables de haine ou de colère ou d'angoisse, est hypertrophiée puisqu'elle n'est plus traitée, elle n'est plus inhibée par le lobe préfrontal. Voilà un genre de raisonnement écosystémique. C'est pas, comme je l'ai entendu ce matin, c'est pas une cause qui provoque un effet. Méfiez-vous de Descartes. Descartes est utile dans un laboratoire, mais pour nous, praticiens, c'est pas Descartes. La personne qui vient s'asseoir près de moi n'est pas un objet de science. C'est une personne avec son histoire, son cerveau, ses croyances, sa famille. C'est dans un laboratoire, merci Descartes. Mais nous, praticiens, pas merci Descartes. Il faut s'entraîner au raisonnement écosystémique. Si cet enfant ne peut pas contrôler ses émotions, c'est parce que la privation, l'isolement sensoriel a atrophié son cerveau, a atrophié son système limbique, ce qui libère et ce qui l'empêche de maîtriser l'expression de ses émotions insupportables de haine ou de colère. Donc ça veut dire que dans ce raisonnement écosystémique, la privation peut être affective, sociale, ou une privation de langage, et cette privation de langage provoque une dysfonction cérébrale, et cet enfant élevé dans un milieu appauvri en affectivité, en mots, en récits, en culture, ne peut plus contrôler ses émotions. Et à ce moment-là, cet enfant est rassuré quand il se soumet à un gourou ou quand il se soumet à un langage totalitaire. Or, je suis en train de vous proposer l'idée que le milieu sculpte le cerveau. Alors bien sûr, mon cerveau, c'est un cerveau humain. Quand un homme et une femme ont des relations sexuelles, généralement, ça donne un bébé humain. C'est assez rare que ça donne un hippopotame ou une hirondelle de mer. Mais ça veut dire que c'est un bébé humain, mais que ce bébé humain est constamment sculpté, son cerveau est constamment sculpté par la manière de le toucher, le langage préverbal, la manière de lui sourire, de le toucher, de s'approcher. Et quand je dirigeais la commission des 1000 premiers jours, qui a une retombée internationale avec des réformes de la petite enfance préverbale, on nous a montré comment parler autour d'un bébé, c'est stimuler tout son lobe temporal gauche. Mais s'adresser à un bébé, c'est stimuler le planum temporal, c'est-à-dire une zone précise du cerveau. Et cette zone précise-là, c'est-à-dire que plus on parle à un bébé préverbal, plus on sculpte son cerveau et on transforme ce qui était la zone des sons en ce qui progressivement va devenir la zone des mots. Et en retour, je vais dire maintenant le contraire en causalité circulaire, comme on nous l'a expliqué ce matin. En causalité circulaire, je vais dire maintenant que les mots sculptent notre cerveau. Les mots qu'on invente par l'arbitraire du signe, par la convention du signe, les mots qu'on invente sculptent notre cerveau. Si vous êtes malade, vous mangez une substance qui... 5 minutes encore. Si vous mangez une substance qui vous rend malade, cette zone cérébrale-là, la zone de l'insula, va passer au rouge. Ça veut dire que les neurones, pour fonctionner, dégradent du glucose, ce qui dégage de la chaleur que l'ordinateur capte et par convention, il transforme la chaleur. Plus c'est chaud, plus il transforme en rouge. Moins c'est chaud, ça devient bleu, ou ça devient vert, ou ça devient gris. Donc l'ordinateur capte comment les neurones travaillent, et on voit ici apparaître la zone de l'insula qui passe au rouge. Ça veut dire que vous êtes malade et vous avez envie de vomir. Mais si vous voyez quelqu'un vomir, vous avez aussi envie de vomir. Et or, votre zone, la même zone passe au rouge, la même zone de l'insula passe au rouge. C'est l'autre qui est malade et vous avez envie de vomir. L'autre vomit, ça vous donne envie de vomir. Et je continue maintenant sur le plan culturel mon raisonnement, qui échappent à l'immédiateté des stimulations du contexte. Si on vous montre un film de clochard sale, dégoûtant, ou qui provoque la haine ou le dégoût, la zone de votre insula aussi va passer au rouge, c'est-à-dire que c'est des mots qui vont provoquer votre dégoût. Mais si je vous fais, que vous allez ressentir, mais si je vous fais un récit disant que ce clochard, il n'a pas eu de chance, il a perdu son emploi, il ne peut pas se laver, il peut activer. C'est-à-dire que la neuroimagerie peut rendre photographiable, on peut filmer comment la manière de parler, les récits agissent sur votre cerveau, qui agissent sur votre corps. D'où ce qu'on voit aujourd'hui, l'apparition des langages totalitaires dans un très grand nombre de pays. Probablement c'est dû à une réduction de nos contacts quotidiens dans notre famille, avec nos amis, dans la vie quotidienne. On provoque une dysfonction cérébrale qui fait que les enfants malheureux, les enfants mal élevés, se sentent mieux quand on leur propose un langage totalitaire. Et ils se soumettent avec bonheur à une dictature. Si vous ne me croyez pas, regardez aujourd'hui le nombre de dictateurs qui ont été démocratiquement élus. Alors voilà, ici c'est juste pour dire que, reprendre, mais je vais aller vite, nous, on fonctionne, voilà un rouge-gorge, et on a envie de dire, le rouge-gorge a un récit, il chante bien. Mais en fait, il chante pas, c'est une déclaration de guerre. Il suffit de mettre une plume colorée en rouge ou un papier coloré en rouge pour déclencher ces sons. Ça veut dire que, en langage humain, le rouge-gorge est en train de dire tire-toi, enfuis-toi, je vais t'attaquer. Tu es chez moi, je vais t'attaquer. Donc, mais dans un langage de rouge-gorge, c'est un cri de haine, un cri de guerre, que nous, humains, on interprète ça comme le chant des rossignols. Alors voilà ici notre cerveau, j'en ai parlé. Or, nous, êtres humains, je vais terminer là encore, nous, êtres humains, étant capables par notre cerveau et le cerveau des autres, en causalité circulaire, en création de relations affectives, parce que la parole a une fonction bien plus affective que informative. La preuve, c'est que quand on parle à un bébé ou quand on se parle entre nous, on s'affecte amicalement ou en se mettant en colère, on est affecté. Or, on voit que progressivement se met en place ce système de décontextualisation des informations. Or, les éléphants, les chimpanzés, déjà qui ont un cerveau très important, capable de traiter des informations absentes, eh bien, on voit qu'ils ne perçoivent... Alors, est-ce qu'ils perçoivent? On ne perçoit pas la mort, on perçoit le mort. Mais la mort, on ne peut que se la représenter. Or, c'est à la source d'un très grand nombre de cultures, c'est à la source d'un très grand nombre d'angoisses aussi, c'est-à-dire qu'une représentation déclenche nos angoisses. Et on voit que progressivement, dans le monde vivant, les éléphants sont complètement désorientés par un criminel qui a tué un éléphant pour voler ses défenses et les commercialiser. Et on voit que tout le groupe des éléphants est complètement désorienté. Est-ce qu'ils sont désorientés par le mort ou désorientés par la mort? Probablement les deux. C'est qu'ils reviennent de temps en temps pour couvrir de branchages, pour gémir et pour couvrir de branchages le cadavre. Donc c'est plus que la perception du mort, c'est déjà la représentation de la mort. Et nous, êtres humains, on fait le théâtre de la mort depuis les premières sépultures, c'est-à-dire au Proche-Orient, les premières sépultures, avec déjà des codes rituels. Alors bien sûr, les Égyptiens sont les maîtres. Où va-t-on vivre après la mort? C'est source d'œuvres d'art. Et dès l'instant où on se représente quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas percevoir, on est invité à la créativité. Créativité, c'est-à-dire inventer des récits, inventer une vie après la mort, inventer une vie avant notre naissance, la filiation, de quel pays je viens, de quels parents je viens, de quelle culture je viens. Donc je m'invente un récit avant même ma naissance et je m'invente un récit après ma mort. Alors ici, voilà la pensée, donc je vais terminer là-dessus, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut comprendre le monde avant la parole, c'est-à-dire que on voit que mon chat, je n'ai pas photographié mon chien parce qu'il ne voulait pas, mais ce chat-là, il comprend beaucoup de choses sans les percevoir. Charlie Chaplin, que vous connaissez bien sûr, quand il fait des films, des histoires sans parole, vous comprenez tout et vous éclatez de rire ou d'émotion. Vous avez des émotions uniquement déclenchées par un langage de gestes. C'est pour ça que je disais tout à l'heure qu'il y a un langage avant les mots et que beaucoup d'animaux ont un langage. Et voilà, Charlie Chaplin nous fait pleurer de rire ou parfois de tristesse, d'émotion, uniquement avec des gestes, et on comprend très bien. Et puis ici, on voit que ce monsieur a eu une aphasie, un accident vasculaire gauche, il perd la zone qui traite les mots, est altérée, il ne peut plus parler, la machine à fabriquer les mots est cassée, et pourtant il se fait quand même comprendre, même sans mots, il continue à se faire comprendre. Quand on est au début des maladies d'Alzheimer, les gens qui ne trouvent, les malades, qui ne trouvent plus les mots pour désigner quelque chose, eh bien, ils retrouvent, comme lorsqu'ils étaient enfants, ou quand ils ne parlaient pas, eh bien, ils désignaient avec l'index. Et quand une maladie d'Alzheimer commence, les gens perdent l'accès au lexique, aux mots, ils se recommencent soit à pointer, soit à faire le théâtre des gestes. Je suis content. J'ai envie de... Ils font le théâtre des gestes alors parce qu'ils ont perdu l'accès aux mots. Ils continuent à comprendre, ils continuent à être intelligents bien avant l'apparition de la parole. Et voilà ici une expérimentation. 2 minutes encore. Voilà, je termine là-dessus. Et ici, ce collègue chercheur au CNRS d'Aix-Marseille, il entre dans l'espace et il y a au bout de la salle, il y a une malle avec des fruits confits et des bananes. Il traverse l'espace, il ouvre, parce que les singes n'ont pas la pronosupination, donc ils ne peuvent pas ouvrir la boîte. Ils peuvent taper dessus, mais ils ne peuvent pas ouvrir la boîte. Et donc lui, il ouvre la malle, il sort le coup et il donne des fruits confits aux singes. Le deuxième jour, les singes se précipitent vers la malle, donc déjà ils en répondent à une représentation, puisque la malle est fermée, mais ils savent que le chercheur va se diriger vers la malle, va l'ouvrir et leur offrir des fruits confits. Le troisième jour, ils se précipitent directement vers la malle. Le quatrième jour, le chercheur a les yeux bandés. Et un tiers des singes se mettent à pleurer. Un tiers des singes l'attrape et le pousse vers la malle qui possède les fruits confits, et un tiers des singes cherche à lui enlever le bandeau. C'est-à-dire que les singes sont déjà capables de se représenter, moi à sa place, avec un bandeau devant les yeux, je ne pourrais pas voir où est la malle, c'est-à-dire que les singes sont déjà capables de se décentrer de leur propre monde mental pour se représenter le monde mental de quelqu'un d'autre. Voilà un peu les quelques idées que je voulais vous proposer. Ils fabriquent des outils, ils ont accès à l'empathie, donc ça veut dire que lorsqu'on se soumet à l'absence d'altérité, lorsqu'on se soumet à l'absence de comparaison avec un autre homme, avec un autre être humain, avec un autre être vivant, et qu'on se soumet à un langage totalitaire, c'est régulièrement fait. Et là, voilà, ici, comment un peuple intelligent, cultivé, comme l'Allemagne des années 30, qui était un peuple le plus cultivé d'Occident, a certainement été connu une tragédie mondiale en se soumettant à un langage totalitaire. Donc juste pour éviter ça, la nécessaire altérité, la découverte du monde de l'autre. Je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté.
Merci. Merci Boris pour ce témoignage et en même temps cette conférence qui est directement en relation avec le concept de noosphère pour 3 raisons. La première, c'est que finalement tu as montré que la noosphère, ça commence dans le monde animal et pas seulement dans le monde humain. Que 2, la noosphère, c'est aussi la relation avec le monde animal, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une proto-noosphère, si je puis dire, une pré-noosphère, une proto-noosphère. 2, c'est la relation mentale aussi avec le monde animal, donc c'est écosystémique au sens large, pas seulement au sens humain. Et 3, c'est aussi une réflexion, me semble-t-il, sur les risques d'une noosphère avec des formes d'isolation qui créeraient, si je puis dire, des effets de pathologie cérébrale globale et qui produiraient des dictatures ici et là et un monde de violence, puisque tu as montré que l'isolation au niveau individuel, ça produit des pathologies qui tendent à faire que l'individu se soumet à une autorité supérieure, ce qui expliquerait le rôle que nous avons aussi ici du point de vue, je veux dire vraiment de la noosphère, c'est-à-dire non seulement de soigner la noosphère, mais de la pousser dans une direction qui serait une direction non violente. Voilà.
Mais oui. Alors, on peut agir, on a un degré, nous humains, on a un degré de liberté. Hannah Arendt, qui est une philosophe qu'il faut très fréquentable, Hannah Arendt nous dit, on a un degré de liberté intérieure. Liberté, c'est-à-dire possibilité de choix. Si la culture ou le développement d'un enfant ne donne pas cette possibilité de choix, on a perdu cette liberté, on est soumis.
Merci beaucoup.
So we will break for lunch now. For the speakers and VIPs, we have lunch where we were yesterday in the other building. You can follow the signs. And for all of our other attendees, lunch is right outside here. We do need to be back here for the afternoon session at 2 o'clock. So we are a little tight today. Please nourish yourselves, have a little break, have some great conversation, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
تيليشارجي كلوفو، طلب الماكله، تقضيه، شي حاجه من الباغا او اللي بغيتي.
مكان في بلادنا المغرب.
قصة الفريز بديناها في جنان عيشة زرعناها سقيناها وقابلناها كاع الاهتمام عطيناها. فريزة حمرا كلها لذات جنات بالمحبة عزلناها حبة حبة الأحسان مربى. وصفة في قلوبنا ما نسيناها من جيل لجيل حبيناها بأحسن ما كاين وجدناها لحبابنا قدمناها.
مربى الفريز عائشة أحسن ما كاين.
I have to wait 5 minutes now? It's okay. Okay. Good? Okay. All right, everyone. Thanks to a very large and delicious luncheon buffet, we are running late, but we are ready to go. So I think we have Raphael and Lorenzo and Shima. Are you introducing them? Awesome. All right. Please take your seats.
One thing I forgot about that. So put yourself in the middle. You don't want to be in the middle? Because you are like between... Where should we go? Yeah? What is it? Is that somebody? Is that what? Is that yours?
No. Hello, everyone. So I have the pleasure of leading and moderating this panel, which is titled Democracy, Modernity, and the Noosphere. And I have with me the pleasure of introducing to you Raphael Liogier, who I think doesn't need any more introduction. But I think I'm going to just read a few lines about him. He's a dynamic philosopher and sociologist, an expert on modernity, globalization, and the crisis of identity, Islamophobia, transhumanism, and transcendence. And his latest book, The Betrayed Promise of Modernity, really takes a regenerative approach to what we are taking for granted, that is modernity. And to Raphael, modernity, unlike so many that identify it as a label, it's not just a label, it's a coexistence of multiple modes of existence under an agreement that respects subjectivity of individuals. He has coined so many terminologies throughout his work, and during the workshop, we're going to touch on some of those terminologies. And I have also Lorenzo Marsili with me, an Italian philosopher, author of numerous books, including Citizens of Nowhere, How Europe Can Be Saved from Itself. He acts also as a co-founder of international think tanks and advocates for transnational democracy and governance in the age of global challenges. He's also the director of Berggruen Institute in Europe, and he argues that democracy reconfigures itself. Democracy is not fixed. And I think to begin the conversation, to link this discussion to the noosphere, I think maybe the most appropriate question for both of you philosophers is that, what do you think the role of philosophers can be in the noosphere? And if noosphere to you guys feel limited for these big ideas that you have? Maybe, Lorenzo, you can start.
Thank you, and thank you, Shima, for the excellent organization of these amazing 2 days. I only have one complaint, if I may say so.
I'm used to complaints, by the way.
Sitting on such a comfortable lounge chair straight after lunch is extremely dangerous. So that is why you will see me sitting at the edge of the chair, because I want to avoid having too much comfort after the fantastic lunch that we were treated to. But to your question, maybe to connect a couple of concepts that have emerged in the last day and a half, I think this conference is coming at a very interesting historical juncture, and the title somehow gives it away, because on the one side, the concept of the noosphere appears more meaningful to more people than ever for the obvious coming together of humanity, both on a positive side, the development of technologies that bring us together, the development of planetary sapience that allows us to be in dialogue, actually, with the planet and to extend the noosphere beyond just the human, and also through a negative coming together of humanity, the planetary challenges that we face as a species, and in fact as multiple species inhabiting a finite Earth. So on the one hand, there is a certain historical push towards ideas such as that of the noosphere. At the same time, if you look at the human world, the trend seems to be the opposite. These are times of geopolitical fragmentation. It is not a coincidence that you've added Global South there in the title, as Boris yesterday was insightfully reminding us. There has been a transformation of the teleology of development of first, second, and third world, and now the appearance of the Global South as a signifier. So I'm trying to make sense of these contradictory trends, one's towards unity and one's towards fragmentation. And it seems to me that we are at the end of a very significant historical cycle. And to put it very simply, we're witnessing the end of 3 centuries of Western control over the becoming of the planet. These are quite spectacular and eccentric centuries that we're coming from, where the becoming of the Earth in its totality, the history of its peoples, the history of its climate, was defined in a very narrow and culturally homogeneous peninsula of Asia called Europe, and then its American colony for a shorter period of time. And witnessing the end of this phase, all that goes under the name of multipolarity, the emergence of the Global South, post-coloniality, so on and so forth, I think, and I conclude with this, really provide a task for thinkers and philosophers and intellectuals and writers and artists today, which is to recompose a language of commonality, a language of unity, perhaps even a language of universality, in a world where we can no longer, and thankfully so, take for granted the conceptual apparatus, the vocabulary, the terminology that we have inherited from ultimately Greek philosophy and that has inhabited the Western mind and hence the world mind for the last 3 centuries. So how to reconceptualize the noosphere with an unknown that is not just a Western mind, I think is a great and extraordinarily exciting challenge for our time today.
Thank you very much for what you shared. So basically, for you, if I can wrap up in a couple of words, is that the fragmentation that can be addressed within the concept of noosphere, and at the same time bringing this universality and bringing different visions of noosphere, not just the Western, basically, conceptualization. And we get back to that universality and how we can build universal utopias as we move in this dialogue.
Just to underline what you said, Shima, because you're perfectly right. I'm a little bit Hegelian about this. I think that the fragmentation of the world that we're experiencing today is a necessary passage to a higher level unity that can bring us closer to some of the conversations that we have had on the noosphere.
There is a French philosopher that has died for some time now. There is Cornelius Castoriadis. I don't know if some of you have heard about Cornelius Castoriadis. And he distinguished instituted, yes, I can say that, society and institutionalized society or something like that, and instituent society. And I think the best politics, the best time when we have a politics that works, it's where we are not, those 2 dimensions are not disconnected. They actually feed each other. But I think now there is a huge dissonance in our society. It's almost like, a split between institutionalized society and instituent society. Because instituent society is actually what I would call the collective desire to be, like the very dynamic of what we desire. And we see, if we look at sociological, anthropological survey all over the world, people are talking about ecology. They are talking also about, they want to be enrooted in a region or a local point of view, like the fragmentation you were talking about. And at the same time, they are preoccupied with unity, what is the fate of the earth, etc., etc. And in fact, real politics, like the desire to be together, the togetherness, is that. But you have the institutionalized society. And the institutionalized society right now, it is the nation state. that was instituted by the Europe at first, and after that was then constructed, becoming more and more subtle. And I think the real problem we have politically now, it is the nation state. When we are talking about politics, we are talking about the nation state. And everybody has to follow because there is what we call the Hegelian, nation state with the army, with justice, and with all that. The power, the institutionalized power is still belongs to the nation state, but the desire to live collectively is not the nation state anymore. So it's like this dissonance that we are actually living, and that is, in my opinion, one of the main sources of the wars we have, of what I called this conflict between territorialized identities and territory-less identities all over the world. And I think we have to overcome that. And because to answer precisely your question, you say, what is the function, like the old question of an intellectual, of a philosopher or something, is to try to make people being aware of that, of this disconnection.
So you think basically the time that we live in, it can be also the revival of active philosophies, of really bringing philosophical ideas into the noosphere.
But I think, people, they like regions, they want to be enrooted in the local, and even to eat, they say to eat local, in the same time to think global, and the nation state doesn't do that. It's becoming a political parasite in the middle. So when we think about politics, first we have to expand our thought, expand our definition of our very definition of what is politics. In fact, I mean, the nation state is what? I don't know exactly, but like 200 years or something?
Do you think, what is nation state
There
in
were
your
cities
opinion?
before, there was so many things, empire is different, so we have to invent something else. Give you an example. But it's just fiction, what I'm talking. Just think about Switzerland. It's interesting, because in Switzerland, you have people that speak different languages. They are very much into little regions involving, and in the same times, they have a common interest to live together beyond the difference of languages. Some people in Switzerland, when they are in the Italian Switzerland, they don't speak French or German, and the other, but they still are Swiss. So I think we could think of kind of a system like that. That couldn't be the United Nations. That couldn't be that, because the United Nations is basically it's just the governments, the representatives of the different governments that are there, and they are even how can I say, it's all the conflicts that exist on the international scene, the power conflict and all that. They're not talking about the people, but they're talking about the interest of those nations that don't interest the people anymore, in a way. And they are just extrapolating on that and putting them, even more. So they are not preventing the wars. They are participating to make it worse.
So here, if I can direct the conversation to you, Lorenzo, I think we moved into my questions a little bit. But I think that's fine.
Sorry
I think we're gonna go, it's fine. I think I want to touch on the theme of democracy. I think it's something that is very hot right now. I think many of us think about democracy and how we can make a democratic world. So, Lorenzo, I have a question for you. So in your work, Citizens of Nowhere, you speak about the inherent nature of democracy to reconfigure itself. But today we see that politics has remained static across the world. So in an attempt to recreate a space for reorganization of democracy, we see various forms of extreme resurging. So can you elaborate in your opinion, how do you think we can collectively move beyond this pattern?
Yes, and I think that connects very well with what Raphael was saying just now. But first, as a parenthesis to conclude our first exchange, the very terminology that we are employing, and I think it's important for us to be aware of it, is a terminology deeply entrenched in a very particular worldview that developed in a very particular context, ancient Greece, and that over the last 3 millennia has come to colonize first the European mind and then enhance the planetary mind. And it is the fracture of that colonization that we're witnessing today. The very term, the very concept of the noumenal is always opposed to the concept of the phenomenal. Yesterday, there was some conversation, of course, avoiding a dualistic distinction between the body and the mind. But it's very important, I think, to be aware that that very originary dichotomy was, for instance, absent in classical Chinese philosophy. This is just one example of the term that is at the heart of the title of the conference. Some people use a lot of Greek today. Meta would be another one. That metaphysical space, the space of being as opposed to a space of becoming, is also absent in East Asian thought. And so what I was trying to refer to before, and then I connected to your question politically, is that philosophically, we need to reconstruct a vocabulary, a human vocabulary, that is not entirely and exclusively the product of languages colonization by Parmenides, ultimately, or the Greek mind. And that is a work that I see just beginning to be enacted quite recently, with a resurgence of philosophical interest from a planetary perspective, but is really one that remains to be done. And it's neither comparative philosophy or intercultural philosophy, nor is it a particularistic or civilizational rediscovery of one's own philosophy. This is not Modi's political program of rediscovering Hindu essence or Xi Jinping's political program of fostering new Confucianism. It's really understanding in between the lines what can emerge.
The idea that also you talk about internegrum.
Right, exactly. Anyway, so I think this is important because conferences such as these, in my mind, are really important and unique moments to the extent that they are able to help advance our collective mind out of the primordial Greek cage, out of the primordial Confucian or Indian cage, and onto something that has not yet ever existed, actually, as in terms of planetary categories of thought. But very briefly on your question of how this connects to the politics and to the nation states, and that's the question you posed and where Raphael was leading us. In this, I have a very simple analysis of the situation. It seems to me that the rise of nationalism that we're witnessing everywhere, ethno-nationalism, whether it is in the United States, in parts of Europe, in India, or in China, is paradoxically, perhaps counterintuitively, certainly contradictorily, the result of the withering out, of the weakening of the nation state as a political form that can guarantee collective agency to communities. It is a little bit like, you know, those dogs that are very small and they bark a lot because they feel afraid and weak. I think the nation states today, and this is something that Hannah Arendt actually analyzed in the context of totalitarianism in the 1920s and 30s in Europe, nation states today are undergoing a withering from within, to the extent that, with some possible exception for the United States and China, but only partially, not even totally, there is a lack of capacity of the nation-state form to grab the future and to provide a tangible agency to the citizens of that nation-state over the definition of their common and collective future. And paradoxically, this impotence of the nation-state and the national form produces, as a response, a hardening of the national form in the guise of nationalism and ethnic nationalism.
I think that's a very, thought-provoking and I think quite connected to the work of Raphael, the grabbing of the future and how basically the also promise of modernity was betrayed. So I want to refer to your work, exactly staying on the same question. You also emphasize the need for putting into question fake versus modern democracy. To you, the solution is not to be found by rethinking the top of the system, but rather by becoming active again. That is, reconnecting with our subjectivity, especially with rehabilitation of the concept of hubris and betting on what you call raw transcendence. This is what you call, and I think that's kind of a direct call on this deep desire to live in a better world. And I want you to elaborate on how can we actively engage people? How would you convince people to bet on their subjectivity, to believe in these ideas?
Oh my God, to convince people, that's a huge task. But There is a German philosopher that I don't remember the name. I tried to remember it. It's not that famous. He's talking about, he's analyzing what is becoming the nation state in itself, and he calls it the negative state. And it's interesting because he's saying, in fact, now the state is just here to provide security in every ways, but not to provide our futures. Like when people are scared about something will happen, they will call for the state. They will call like social security, security like physical security and all that. And I think one of the interesting situation in which we were, I mean, it was a traumatic situation collectively, but it was interesting. On a political point of view, it is what happened with the COVID-19. Just, I think we were in a state of a trauma because basically the only thing that is provided the nation state now is negativity. He's not providing about the future. His entire function is preventing you from being injured or if something is happening, etc. And it is not here that you don't dream your future with the nation state. You don't dream a future about it. So when he wasn't able, this state, to secure the only thing he was here for, and it wasn't possible to do it, like the entire system showed himself as being like crumbling. And people weren't ready. That nobody wants, like, I'm talking about France, I don't know about elsewhere, but nowadays it's not like in 1914 war where people were going to die. Nobody wants to die for France now in France. I mean, there might be some people, but it's just not possible now to say that we will fight for something positive. It's the reason why I will come to this point that we've lost in politics the positivity. So and positivity is very simple. To come back to exactly to your question, positivity is being active, not being reactive, not being passive. Because when you are passive, you're very dangerous. Passive doesn't mean that you don't do anything. It means that you suffer the situation in which you are. You don't dream about the future. And so you
of building a positive
exactly. And so you're becoming violent. People that are passive, they are reactive, they are becoming violent. It's the feeling of impotence that makes you passive. The feeling of impotence is what makes people rape, for instance. So this feeling of impotence, it's what we feel now politically, and it's what is, and the nation state is how can I say, is feeding this feeling of negativity. So that's the reason why it's potentially violent, and there is, in my opinion, those ethno-nationalism that you're referring to, because people are reacting. When you want to find, what is identity? Is to find refuge in a world that you don't understand anymore, you don't like the future, you're unable to project into the future, so you are discontent and all that, and this discontent becomes the value itself. So it's really scary that even what was for the last century, maybe the last 50 years, the most proud, I will say, country of the world, the United States, itself is actually falling into this discontent of itself. So potentially violent because you are more violent when you are falling into yourself, becoming identitarist. That you are obsessed with your identity, you can't look at the future in the right way. I prefer the United States, like a few years ago, not so long, when they were, even in some way, in a naive, like from a French perspective, like in a naive way, like we are so good, we are going to give you democracy and all that. At least there were enthusiasm in that. But now, no, we're not going to give you democracy, you're stealing us, and we are going to refuge into our identity. I think it's much more scary.
So to end this panel on a positive note, I would like to invite both of you to reflect on an idea of utopia. So, Lorenzo, does the Ben-Gurion Institute believe in global utopia? If so, does its vision align with the challenges of the global South?
I think this builds up on what Raphael was saying, because as you know, utopia a certain dislocation of the place of utopia takes place with the French Revolution, actually. Until then, utopia was simultaneous to our present time, but somewhere else. It was in the seas far away. We had to find a map to look for it and eventually find it. From approximately the French Revolution onwards, so from the full blossoming of Enlightenment thinking onwards, utopia becomes this place, but in the future. So it becomes temporarily asynchronous. It's not something that exists, but elsewhere. It's where we are, but somewhere into the future, which of course brings with it a strong conception of agency. If something exists, but you don't know where it is, the most that you can do is set out for an exploration of the unknown seas in the hope of finding it. That's something maybe closer to Robinson Crusoe, that is the topic of the next panel. But if utopia can be here only into the future, it immediately raises the question of what can I do to march towards that future, to aid history developing in the direction of that future that is promised to me as a possibility. And so we have this emergence of agency as a form of political optimism, of political positivity. So we have the emergence of politics, actually, as something that rallies individuals for good and for bad. It's also the era of mass politics that then leads to totalitarianism. But politics as the self-construction of a community by itself. And it seems to me that today we are losing utopia in that sense because we're losing a belief in our agency to shape the future. We're not losing a conception of the future. On the contrary, all the conversations today, artificial intelligence, so on and so forth, the future has never been as present as it is today. But somehow the future comes with a feeling of impotence attached to it. There is a future, but you're not going to be the one that actually has much of a say of what future comes your way. Maybe Elon Musk does. Maybe some Altman, maybe some billionaire somewhere, they could have a say in what future comes. But you can only be a passive receiver of what comes into your phone a few months or a few years after the future has been unevenly distributed and unevenly created by a narrower and narrower group of people. So I think that is another component in what Raphael was saying about this feeling of disenfranchisement, despondency, impotence, this lack of grasp of the tools for creating, for having agency over, for owning ultimately the future. And I conclude by saying, you mentioned utopia. I think the only way that we have to recuperate that sense of agency, and this ties in with where we started our conversation, is to create institutions that can act at a level that is beyond the nation state and that is immediately planetary. The great challenges that we have no control over are challenges that are clearly planetary in scope, whether those are financial, technological, scientific, environmental, of course, or even diplomatic and military questions. But at that level, there is no space where citizens, where individuals can feel they have a role to play that is recognized and is valuable into the management of those challenges and those future challenges. And so we need the construction of planetary institutions. We need, mentioned Castoriadis, an instituent power that creates the spaces within which humanity as a common subject can act for its own future as a common future. And it will not be the nation state nor the United Nations. And theorizing what those institutions will be is, I think, one of the great tasks of political philosophers today, to return where we began from.
Thank you very much. And I know that to wrap up and end this panel, I want to have the final words about, I know that you believe in utopia, but you don't only in a utopia as a general terminology, you believe in a utopia that is concrete, that is not about program, but it's about progress. So can you share a little bit what is a concrete utopia and basically wrap up the panel? Thank you very much.
Let's talk about something that is perceived nowadays as being a problem, like ecology, the future of the planet and all that. People talk about that all the time. And basically, it seems that we know the technical solutions, but we're unable to implement them. Why are we unable to implement them? I think we are unable to implement them because we don't feel it. I mean, there is no desire, what I call I don't have time here to explain exactly what I call the desire to be, that is directly related to the desire to become, and desire to be greater than what we are, etc., not only to survive, not only to live like comfort, but something else. And this desire to be, it's what drives human beings right from the, I've driven human beings right from the start, like in love. It's the desire to be. It's like, I want to be with you. Or what does that even mean? Like, what is this scenario? What is creating this thrill, you know? And so one of the problems, I think, in our society today, to put it in a very micro-political way, it is that we lost track of this desire to be. And so we try to balance it, to compensate it with discourses, even philosophical discourses, ethics. It's my main critiques of someone like Habermas. You could say he's right about everything, except that we don't give a shit about what he writes. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, you read like the thousands of pages where everything is perfect. I also say sometimes the real problem of ethics today, it's actually ethics. Because it's just the fact that you explain technically, it becomes technical. Because first, it has to be aesthetic. When you say in the antiquity, what a moral gesture is supposed to be a beautiful gesture. So it's aesthetic. And so you feel good, you feel the desire to be a hero or to be something, etc., etc. And I will finish with saying that who invented sustainable development? The people that actually invented concretely sustainable development, because it was desirable to believe so, it's actually the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s community that were coming to nature, and they were hippies and all these new age things, etc., that we can laugh about, and I do it myself. But in the same time, they invented a way to live in some kind of austerity. But why were they able to live in this kind of austerity? Because they projected with their desire to be more, greater, on another way, like with free love, or I don't know what, you know. They practiced yoga, and they dreamed about something. And this something, allowed them inside themselves to behave in this way without feeling repressed. But now, when you are thinking about ecology, people right away, they feel repressed. They say, oh, I have to do that and not to do that. So they pretend in front of the camera and everywhere, like, of course they will do that, etc. But they don't change their way because they don't have the deep desire to believe this way. So I think one of the mistakes we made, it's in the 50s, like the Club de Rome, the Roma Club, when we started to talk about ungrow. Of course, we need to ungrow on a specific economical point of view, financial point of view, industrial, etc., etc. But we need to propose another way to grow. Because human beings, they were born out of this idea to be greater than their organism, to be greater than they are, so to grow. If you say, there is just ungrow because we need to survive, everybody will tell you technically you're right, so okay, but they will already feel guilt. And guilt is the opposite of real responsibility. When you feel guilt, you carry on doing the same thing, and you know all those people that say, oh, I feel guilty, and it doesn't, nothing happens. But when you feel responsible, it's because you are becoming active, you see what is wrong, but you project a real desire to be together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Raphael. We're going to have an interactive workshop, so I suggest if you want to bring a coffee with you in the room, feel free to do so. We don't have time for a coffee break, so if you want to have a coffee, bring your coffee with you. This workshop is going to need your phones. Yes, the workshop will be here, yes, in this room, same room. And I think after we move to this second session, I give you more instruction. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So if you take your seats, please. So we are going to start. And those of you who are part of this interactive workshop, I invite you to be on the stage. Frederick, Raphael, and I think Sad. If you come on stage, I think that would be really interesting. Thank you. Just something to share with you, everyone. For this interactive workshop, for this part, you need actually your mobile phone. So to scan the QR code and join the interactive workshop. So make sure that you have your phone next to you to be able to participate. Thank you very much. Because they sit. It's just like that. I mean, it walks around. It's not. I sit here.
En fait, c'est un jeu, quoi. Mais moi, je joue pas, moi, je suis un gamer. Olivier, viens jouer.
I speak a little bit about the slide, but then when you take the stage to talk.
Ah, bah, il peut introduire le jeu.
Yes, is it okay?
Et après, tu donnes la parole.
I have the.
Yeah, if you want.
Can I have the slides, please? Perfect. These are not. Are they on? Yes. Okay. Okay. So, very welcome to the noospheric journey of Robinson. We are leading an interactive workshop with colleagues Raphael Liougier, Sad Tazi, Frederick Battinger, and myself. We're going to walk you through the story of Robinson Crusoe, but before that, I want to raise your hand. How many of you have heard of this story before? Okay, very nice. But I think those of you that don't know the story, we're going to speak a little bit about it. Just walk through the slide, the second slide. Just a moment. So that you will get an idea of what the workshop is about. And I think more and more that we walk you through the slides, I think it becomes more and more clear. So first and foremost, the purpose of this workshop is to give you this space, very potent space, this noospheric space, to put yourself in the shoes of someone like Robinson Crusoe, who was stranded on an island. To Michel Tournier, every person could be Robinson because we are all somehow dealing with this solitude, and therefore we can have this chance of rewriting that story. And this workshop is really about that. And I want to now give just something else. Gregory Stack, you will be very happy because we have been very AI friendly. The images are developed by AI, so I think there is a friendliness, keenness there. So I think.
But let me.
Yes, so you can start.
So yeah, just maybe as an opening for this workshop, let me remind you what is the story of Robinson Crusoe, and in a sense also why, out of like Raphael's work, we decided to pick this figure in order to incarnate or figurate the sort of ordeal that is the subjective ordeal for each one of us to integrate the noosphere in some sense. What are the inner obstacles, the subjective obstacle that somehow make it hard to enter this noosphere? And maybe the first point that is important is that there is mainly two different versions of the story of Robinson Crusoe. The first one was written in the early 18th century by Daniel Defoe, and is the story of a son that has a big fight with his father, which incarnates the values of religion and Christianity, and decide to leave his family and to take on the life of a sailor, which at the time was the life of a sort of like a disenfranchised man, and also a life that would participate, you know, in the transatlantic slave business, or all sorts of like business related to the colonies. But in his journey to break with the values of his father and the European world, of course, Robinson Crusoe ended up in a shipwreck and isolated on an island. And then, so the story of Robinson Crusoe from Daniel Defoe is the one of a return to the point of origin. Because Robinson Crusoe, in order to survive on this desert island, will try to reconstruct the world of his childhood. And so that would be the tale of the return to the value of Christianity of his father, and the value of the Protestant ethic of rebuilding the world, not consuming, producing a lot, accumulating, securing himself from the sort of wilderness that is being facing off. So the first Robinson Crusoe is this break from tradition, and then this attempt to return to the original point by recreating a reassuring world according to the sort of primordial coordinate that he knew. But what interesting us today is the second version of Robinson Crusoe, and the one that really interested Raphael in his work, and I think the one that offers us the proper stakes to understand what is difficult to join this noosphere. Because in the Michel Tournier's version of Robinson Crusoe, written in the 20th century, that's the same beginning. So Robinson Crusoe arrives on the island, he's desperate, his first plan is to escape, then he realizes that he's stuck on the island, then he's trying to colonize the island according to his original values. But then, and I won't go into too much details to sort of like give you away too much of the workshop, but he will enter a transformative journey where instead of being stuck on the desperate island without any means, he will eventually encounter an other island, the island of hope that he will call, and also a different interaction with, in the original novel, is the interaction with the savage, the primitive cannibal as they are portrayed in the 18th century, which will become the figure of alterity that will transform Robinson Crusoe himself. So that's the sort of the reverse tale of colonization that is being told by Michel Tournier, which is the fact that the Robinson Crusoe, and that's in some sense the noospheric wager that we're going to try to workshop today, is not only to colonize the other, but the encounter with wilderness and the encounter with Friday, this other character, will eventually have an impact on Robinson Crusoe himself. And I stop here.
Yeah, just to follow the track of what you wrote, like modernity and Robinson. No, you don't want me to?
Just something that I think I need to let you know, that the workshop has a roadmap. We begin by the presentation of modernity and Robinson, why Raphael Liogier chose the character of Robinson as someone that is basically important in the examination of Promise of Modernity. Then we have a presentation by Sad that really brings us back to another story that is often overseen, and so we don't hear much about another version of Robinson in the Global South. Then we have Frederick explaining the very, I think, important question that we had a workshop yesterday, panel yesterday on facing the existential anguish. And then we start the workshop together. So I really invite you to listen, because the workshop really calls on the questions and concepts that these thinkers basically present to us. And I now give the word to you, and I am guiding this.
Just this thing about modernity and Robinson. As we said earlier, and you said it, I think, Shima, yes, it's true in my work, like modernity is not about rationalism, it's not about even objectivism, not even about objectivity. It's about subjectivity, meaning like, how can we live with different modes of beings? Modernity means that. Actually, different fashion, if you different fashion in the same society. So different modes of being. And actually, the experience of Robinson is is arriving in an island, and it's about awareness. What kind of awareness? What is the texture of the awareness? When he arrives in the island, he's on his own. And at first, he tries to reproduce some kind of a fake other, but there is nobody. He's on his own. So, but he needs people to look at him, but he doesn't believe that there is other eyes than himself. So at first, he tries to pretend, he dresses like if he was seen by other people, he wants to be what he is, and he's behaving, he's trying to regulate his behavior, but after a while, it doesn't work anymore. He can't, regulate his behavior because there is nobody to see it. And because we live our life like in a theater, and our pleasures, and when we look at someone, and this someone is maybe smiling a bit or something, we think it's pleasurable just because we do that. And it's just this thing. And if there is no reaction, we feel that people are in front of us are dead, like we are alone on an island. So he has this experience, but what is interesting is for the first few years, he can still think that his family, his friend, his wife are looking for him because he's here on his own, but maybe if they are looking for him, he's still thinking that there are eyes that are looking for him, so he's still living in the theater. But at one moment, it's quite interesting in the book, in Michel Tournier's book, and I think this sentence was just, for me, that struck me. He just writes in his logbook, in his little, book where he says everything that is happening inside himself. He writes, now it is sure that everybody on earth is sure that I am dead. Therefore, the fact that I believe that I'm still alive might be a prejudice. Because they are right. I might be dead. What proof do I have that I'm alive? Because nobody is actually looking at me, reacting when I'm doing something. And so he's there. It's like if he was decomposing himself in front of nothing. And at one moment, he meets Friday. And when he meets Friday, the first reaction is, oh, good. I'm going to make me, it's like if he wanted to be alive again in the way he was used to in the industrial world, rational world. He wants to possess him, to command him. He asks him to be the army, to be a worker, to be that, to reconstruct society, etc. And what is interesting is that the savage, he does it. But after a while, he sees that he does it, but just out of a game, because he doesn't really care. He says, oh, it's funny, this guy that asked me to do that. And he's losing even the sense of authority, and he's feeling, maybe not even saying it to himself. Maybe he's right. Maybe the trees are alive. Maybe everything is alive. Maybe there is not only what I'm, and so he's experiencing what we can call ontologies. That's the reason why we will be with on laboratory of ontology. I don't know how we call that. What? Ontology lab. Because ontology is very concrete. Ontology is the modes, I will say how works the theater of life? Who is looking at us? If you think that only human beings have soul, like meaning have awareness, are aware of themselves, you think that everything else is dead. If you are in an island and you are on your own, nobody is looking at you and you are dying yourself. If you are what I call dualist. Or when you think that everything is dead around human beings and just human beings are alive, you need other human beings, otherwise you're, So he will experience different ontology like animism and different things. And I think this experience is actually the experience of the West, of Europeans, when they discovered what they call the New World. When they discovered the New World, at first there was nothing. They felt that they were lonely. And after they discovered people in civilization that were so different that they tried to submit them. But after a while, they thought maybe they are right. And it was a doubt about what we are. Maybe they are right. So we became animists. We became many things. And so this game is about how to go from animism to totemism, because we're dualism, and at first we were dualism. Analogism is more the Taoist way or Chinese way to think about it, and how we, at one moment, we felt the doubt was so strong that we decided there is no being anymore, there is nothing. And it was in the 19th century materialism. It's what we call anti-ontology. The ontology of anti-ontology, there is nothing, you know? And I think the real challenge is to become relationist. Or, yes, to become relationist, meaning to take into account all the different ontologies, but to make them relate to each other, to be able to live with each other, to accept, Friday, and so to grow with each other. That's actually the experience of concrete utopia, because again, concrete, that means to grow together. So that's it. That's, for me, that's the idea of the island, is how to experience, to overcome solitude, to overcome the way to try to dominate the other, to control it, to control him, and how to live with him, and to let him teach what he is, and in the same time to teach him what I am, and we are growing with each other in the more relationist ontology, which is in fact the real originality of modernity, not rationalism and this kind of thing. So that is, for me, the real challenge. Rehabilitation of hubris, I'm not going to explain that because it will take 1 hour. So, okay, because you talk about, because there is this thing about hubris, I just say a little word about it. Hubris has a very bad reputation. Now when we talk about hubris, all the people that write books today against capitalism, against the industrial society, that say hubris is bad, and human beings in modernity, they want to play God with artificial intelligence and all that, blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. I mean, right from the Neolithic, the idea to be bigger than we are, and it's the very etymology of hubris, because that means also hybridation, to go beyond your own prejudice, to know the other, and the idea that to grow, the idea to, of course, also to cross the boundaries of what is the convention, that also means that, hubris. Hubris is the very energy of what is in us, make us desire to be bigger, greater than what we are. Of course, that could be for the worst. It's what I call negative hubris. But without hubris, we just fall into negativity, we just fall into what I call mythical depression, the incapacity of talking positively to ourselves about the future. So unlike most people, most intellectuals that say hubris is bad, I say on the contrary, we need to reconnect with positive hubris in order to change the world, like the desire to be, what I was talking about when I was talking about these neo-agrarian communities in the 60s, the 70s. You have that in California. It's Esalen, on the Pacific Ocean, like some kind of an experience of living all together and being plugged into the future, but with different behaviors, the idea of the relation, respect people, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. But maybe so if we can trace back to the game, and in some sense, if you try to imagine that you are in the shoes of Robinson and you arrive on this desert island, while you used to have all these techniques, all these gadgets, all this science that keeps surrounding your daily life and help you to deal with, again, what we called yesterday anxiety. But when you're going to be faced with what Raphael calls this mythical depression, what happened when the ontology, the way in which you used to live, are withdrawn from you? That's actually the ordeal that Robinson Crusoe is is faced with. And as also Boris Cyrulnik reminded us this morning, when you are lacking, as Raphael emphasized, like a certain otherness to acknowledge who you are, so you're confronted with this solitude, then your basic relation to the world starts to crumble and you experience this mythical depression. But what is interesting for us, I think, today in the noosphere is that the different kind of mythical depression that Robinson Crusoe will go throughout his journey will also force him to rediscover traditional ontologies from the past and reclaim them, I think, in a very creative way, as a form of supplement to what has disappeared. So, for example, and I want you to keep that in mind when we will play the questions, but when Robinson Crusoe arrived on the island, after a while, he's so desperate for having no one in front of him that what will come in the place of the absence of the other will become the soul of nature. And thus, animism comes as an answer to the crumbling ontology of dualism and scientific place. So we can always think, and that's what we will find in ecofeminism, a form of supplementation of what technology cannot provide at the rebirth of animism. And then you will see, and Robinson Crusoe at some point would not only start to see this other island as something alive with the plants, he can connect with the trees, etc. But then the entire island will become his spouse. And so sexuality, which is completely absent from the first version of the novel, reemerges for Robinson Crusoe, but beyond sexual difference. He's alone, but then the nature that was Mother Nature become the island spouse, and he will have to reconnect sexually with the island, and that's at this moment that he has a sort of a second mythical breakdown, because it's his very sense of identity, gendered, that starts to collapse, and maybe that's where we can pause and arrive at the moment of, and I think that's what is on the verge, if we sort of like go on the side of collapsology, that we might face this deep mythical depression, which will lead us potentially to a massive regression. And the regression is symbolized, a figure in the novel, in the figure of a cave, where Robinson Crusoe sort of like returned to the womb at the heart of the island and put himself in the fetal position. And that's where you're gonna enter
Find
the
yourself.
game.
Just, I think now we laid out, I think, somehow briefly the story of Robinson Crusoe that was written by the Western, basically, narrative. But we know also that there is another version of Robinson that is written by Ibn Tufail, that Sad is going to introduce us to that. And after that, we move with Frederick explaining another deeper layer of the Robinson story.
Thank you, Shima. In fact, I just would like, if you allow me, to go back in time just 6 centuries. And I would like to talk about Ibn Tufail. Ibn Tufail, who's known as Abu Basir in the Western world. He studied medicine, mathematics, and everything. He was born in Andalusia, and he passed away in Marrakech in the 12th century. And he wrote this novel, this essay, which is called Hay ibn Yaqzan. Hay ibn Yaqzan means the awakened son of the vigilant. And he himself took the title of this book from Avicenne, that you know, who wrote the same story a few time ago. And in this book, what's interesting is that we can name it Robinson, we can name it Hay ibn Yaqzan, you can name it Kamil. Kamil is the character of Ibn Nafis, who wrote the same story in the 13th century. And Kamil means the perfect. And we have this vision of this guy who's, in fact, in both cases, in all cases, we're on an island and somebody's living on his own, and he discovers by observation all what knowledge can bring. And the idea behind all these three stories, or four stories, is that we have the God revelation and we have the observation. And one of the problems that the Arab and Muslim philosophers had was to bridge the gap between science and revelation. And for example, there's one saying that says the truth cannot contradict the truth. And revelation and science are the same, seen from different angles. So I wanted to talk about this Ibn Tufayl because he was born, and the story was born 6 centuries before Defoe's story. We know for sure that Defoe, for example, had a copy of this book because it was brought by Pocock from Syria, and it was translated into Latin. Then it was translated by Simon Oakley in English. And those, maybe you were aware of Oldenburg, who's the father of scientific journals. He wrote an abstract about this story. So everybody knew, we believe that everybody knew about this story. Leibniz, who was living at the same time, mentions the story of Ibn Tufayl. And the idea is just when we talk about this question of Robinson, which is the question of solitude, of isolation, of going back to Mother Nature and to avoid being spoiled by education, just like Jean-Jacques Rousseau did in Émile. It's the same story that's told through ages by different people. And in fact, I was asked to be very short because I can talk about this for 3 hours. And my reading in short terms, what I would like to say is that the story didn't begin with Defoe. Maybe it has started with somebody before Ibn Tufayl. Maybe there are stories of Robinson in the Eastern world or Asian world that we're not aware of. And in this 8th to 13th century, which was the golden age of Islamic civilization, one of the major ideas was transmission and sharing of knowledge. All the scientists at this time, all the philosophers, they used to have the link. Every time they would mention an idea, they would link it to somebody before them who proposed this idea in a different way. So Jean-Baptiste Brenet, who's a philosopher, a specialist in the medieval Arab philosophy, has this sentence that I really like. We need to fill in this timeline and getting the Arabs on this timeline, because we have the feeling that something happened during the Greeks, then what was the Middle Ages in Europe was the Golden Age in Islam, and then we think when we read the history books that the word went into silence for this period of time, and then it came back with La Renaissance. But in fact, this is wrong because the ideas kept walking and spreading around the Mediterranean Sea, and this is, in fact, the idea that I wanted to share with you today. In fact, the 2 points I would like to share with you today is that there is this filiation between the ideas, and there is the circulation of the ideas. And second one, this idea of solitude is not a modern vision of the world. It's something that has always been a social question. And if you have there are some books from Raphael Chaos. If you look at Chaos and the way he describes this Robinson, it's our story today, and it was our ancestors' story, and maybe, I believe it will be people's future story too. Thank you.
Can I have the book club?
Just one thing to say something about what you said. I think it's also what we discovered when we listened to you, is that actually the Arabs were modern before modernity. Because the idea of science in the way it is already there, and it is the basis of something, it's very modern.
On va commencer le. Can I have the book club back on the screen, please? Okay. So now we're jumping to the interactive part of the workshop to basically wake you up a little bit.
to use that?
So what I would like you to do is basically scan the QR code. Yes, you want to say something? Yes, please. Okay. Yes.
Mhm.
Scan the QR code, please, and you will arrive on a page with
And so, yeah, so you will be asked some question in the cave. And as I said, so in the story, that's the moment where you've experienced solitude long enough to reach the end limits of the mythical depression of your state. And so what do you do? What kind of like reaction you can get when you've entered the cave at this crucial moment of the story? Will you stay inside? What are you gonna do?
Oh, okay. I don't touch it. What do I do? Don't change the position. Oh, okay. No. Okay. Okay. I think something. Okay. Okay. So everybody has the screen on with Noosphere N2 Global South logo on your phones. Okay. Perfect. So we are moving to basically the first. So before going to the first station, we would like to ask you this question. What type of Robinson do you think you are, based on the knowledge that you have? And the options that we have for you basically are these. Would you escape the island? Are you someone that will stay on the island and wait for a ship to rescue you? Are you someone that would administer the island and rebuild it as you know? Or are you someone that tries to rediscover or discover the island's soul and build a new relationship with it? So I give you like 1 minute to, once everybody, I think, responded, I think you guys answered. Okay, I have 18, 19, okay. So really think about it. Put yourself in the shoes of Robinson. What would you do if you're on an island right now, this noospheric island or so? In the noosphere. Okay. So let's see, what are we going to do? Are you guys ready? Okay. Wow. So 9 people would escape the island. 4 people will stay on the island and wait for it. Okay, so it's changing. So it's still change. Waiting.
Yeah, who decided to number 4 right away? Which line?
Let's wait a little bit so that the poll is finished. So if everybody has voted, and so for your attention, this workshop is anonymized completely, so nobody knows who is answering what. And another request I have is that this is a session unmoderated, so I really, really ask you to respect the spirit of the conference, to not share anything that is not appropriate in your common sense, because it's going to be basically public. So I really appreciate that. I think also, I think we're, okay, they're still changing. Okay. Would you like to take anyone? Should I pick someone to? So I think we have a majority of people that would decide in this room that they would discover the island. So I think a lot of people here are very noospheric. But I have few people that would try to administer the island, rebuild it as I know it. And we have people also that will wait for the ship to rescue them. And we have 9 people that would escape the island. I think, shall I go to the next station or still? I pick the question or just go? Okay, so let's, so now this is a prototype of the type of Robinson that we have in this room. And I hope that as we move through these different stations, you would change your ideas. If someone that wants to escape the island, through these questions that are laid out in front of you, you would understand why you want to escape the island.
So let's go to the cave. So, Frederick, do you want to share a little bit about what cave represents, basically?
I mean, I can re-explain it, but yeah, I said what was the cave.
Okay, I think, are you going to go to the, I just said describe it.
I think it should,
so maybe I read it and then you describe a little bit to kind of make it more interactive. So that's later. Okay.
Go to the next question, I think.
So basically, we are in the cave station. So in this station, we invite you to step into the Robinson shoes as we begin, basically as we described. This is a symbolic cave. It's the moment that we are really in this moment of noospheric moment, this moment of reflection. We are stripped from external distraction and we confront the depth of our own minds, encountering fears, desires, and the raw essence of our being. So I want you to just take a few moments, pause, and then feel the tension of the anxiety that you feel, of this emptiness, this solitude that you feel, and this restless yearning to fill the void. And I remind you that this part really speaks also to yesterday's panel that we have on a distinction between anxiety and anguish. And so let's confront the unknown. The question. So now you are in a dark cave. Tell us, how do you feel?
So maybe again, because that's when I explained 2 times, you know, the moment in the book where you were finally entering the cave was now. Like the question prior was actually a question of you arriving on the island. So we are not exactly like following the script, but this time it's really what you feel when you've reached this moment of mythical depression. So I maybe reposition the questioning.
Yeah. So you have also, again, the options. They're subtly cued to help you to feel the transformation, hopefully, by the end of this workshop. Just to let you know, we are 47 participating in the workshop. We have now 49 people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I know maybe like if, and without pushing anyone or forcing anyone to explain his answer, why you feel like you would answer 1, 2, 3, or 4. But if someone wants to speak up and explain why he think or she thinks she would have like this kind of a, okay, I feel, so, and it's true that like when we see that the majority has the sort of like the right positive attitude, which is good, also we have kind of taken away some of the right answers. But if some of you wants to share, for example, which also is very like natural to feel like I feel despair, because you know when like all your deepest sort of like habits that makes you feel comfortable in the world are breaking down, of course you are more inclined to feel despair than open to new possibility. But so if anyone wants to, maybe we can share a mic and let people just free associate also what would they say if they were in Robinson's shoes. So you can, because otherwise we said it's a workshop, but it's not a workshop.
Yeah,
we're just
and
like
myself, clearly, I feel depressed and I cannot accept the loss.
Yeah.
I can say it, really, clearly, I will feel that at first. I don't know if because the rest, it feels that it is the best way, but I think just feel depressed and I cannot accept the loss.
Yes.
So please.
Yes, hi. At first I don't see any that really jump at me. What comes to mind is, okay, I'm in an empty cave, dark. I could do a Tibetan-style meditation retreat. You know, you do a dark retreat for 30 days in the dark, absolutely no light. So that's a choice. However, it's not quite, I feel open to the unknown and I see it as a moment of rebirth. Instead, it's let me make the best out of this. And I could do a dark meditation retreat.
There's no 30 days retreat. It's 49 days retreat.
49 days normally, 7 days.
Yeah, well,
Tibetan.
you know, for me, 30 days is good.
Yes.
No.
Raphael Logier.
So, yes, go. Yes, we have the mic in the room. Feel free to really have the mic and share if you're comfortable, sharing your how do you feel in the cave.
And again, maybe like one little comment as a psychoanalytic comment is that you grieve ideals as you grieve a person. So it meaning that like the mode of existence you have or the ontology within you live is something that if you lose it, you will have to grieve it. And the process of grieving, of course, is never instant. So you have steps of grieving, and that's what you see very interestingly in the story of Robinson Crusoe, which means that he arrives with his mode of being, and then the modes of being starts to crumble, but it doesn't let go of his mode of being right away, neither jump to a different ontology right away. There's like an impure state and with multiple states of grieving in order to pass from one to the other.
Okay. Anybody? Yes, Michael?
Yeah, so I can just share. The first question that you asked, I said I will wait for the ship to take me. I guess in this scenario, I feel the ship hasn't come, so all right, I'm accepting that reality. I was already depressed, and I accepted the loss somehow, so I guess it's also the social desirable thing to say. I feel open now to the unknown. So I'm just giving you the straight answer. It's pretty obvious what you want us to sort of feel. And I guess it's just the rational thing to do, to adjust once you've gotten through it, right?
Absolutely. And a quick comment on the story, but Robinson, when you arrive on the island, without even thinking, right away starts to build a boat that he names the Escape. But eventually he builds a boat that is way too heavy, way too far from the sea. So he was just keeping himself busy not to think about the situation. And then eventually realizes like, oh, the boat will never go on the sea. And then he has to adjust and think about another option.
Hello?
Yeah, someone else?
There's somebody? Oh, yes, please.
Hi. In a way, I am living the Robinson story myself. I embarked on August 5th on a journey to the unknown. And I have a little bit of claustrophobia. And when I was in Spain, I think it was Spain, I can't remember now because I've been to many places, I actually went into caves. So that was recent. I kind of faced my fear of claustrophobia and went into the cave. And the experience I took myself to is to be open to the unknown. And I'm not sure, I mean, yes, it is a moment of rebirth because I wanted to experience something new than the culture I had been living in for the last 50 years. But it's also to discover the cave and what the experience of being in the cave and underground and enclosed. And so that's why I chose that number 3, because I actually lived it recently.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing this, this beautiful moment. Anyone? Oh, okay, so there's many people. Okay, so I can even go.
I have a microphone. Yes, go. Oh. Yeah. So actually building off of what you said, I've also been caving before. So I've been in a cave, and there was a second where I thought I would be trapped in the cave. I thought, and when this question was posed, I thought about it for a moment. My initial instinct was like a lot of you guys to answer number 3. But then I thought about the realistic, like if I were physically actually stuck in a cave on an island, with no prospects of getting off of it, I definitely would not actually react that way. I would like to think I would react that way, but I definitely would not, and that's why I chose number 4, because the reality is I think I would kind of my initial reaction would be to dissociate from the problem and just not actually, or like just try not to feel it, and then probably 1 and 2 would follow, and then maybe eventually 3 would happen at the end of that process.
Thank you, though, for
Okay,
honesty.
There is somebody else there? And I think before the mic arrives to you, just let you know that we have built this workshop actively, like as we were organizing the conference, so really bear with us. We're really seeing how it pans out in an audience with you, so we're discovering with you. So if there are ways that are not very kind of still not flowing, so really appreciate the fact that this is really fresh out of the oven, as they say. So we are discovering how it actually operates with interacting with people. So your feedback after the after this event, after the workshop, is really appreciated. Yes, please.
Je vous remercie. Je vais intervenir en français. L'histoire de Robinson Crusoe, je pense que chacun de nous vit dans un moment de sa vie cette histoire. Mais on se pose toujours la question, au tout début, comment on va s'en sortir, mais on ne se pose jamais la question de comment on est rentré dans cette grotte et comment on est arrivé sur cette île. Et en fait, quand on arrive à se poser cette question, on a des cases dans notre cerveau qui se mettent à travailler d'une manière tellement disciplinée et tellement réglée sur comment prévoir les choses et comment sentir les choses qui arrivent. Et je pense que se sentir bien et s'ouvrir à l'inconnu, je pense que c'est une histoire de maturité, d'esprit, qui nous arrive par la force des choses et par la force de ce qu'on vit tous les jours. Et je pense que c'est une très très belle expérience d'arriver à cette maturité avec beaucoup de sérénité pour pouvoir faire travailler nos ménages et dire comment on va s'en sortir. Voilà, merci.
Thank you so much for sharing this.
Okay, shall we?
Oh, maybe wait.
There is another one.
Please,
Yes, please.
and then we'll move to the
second question.
But please.
Hello. I have chosen the third response, and from some instinct, I just put myself outside of the observer, and I let the world or what is surrounding me speaks and reveal itself. And then I let this word of observation taking place with its own consciousness. I start to see that everything is talking about the eternal present. There is no past, there is no future. It's an eternal global consciousness which is embedded in everything. And as far as I keep myself far away from the observer, everything starts to be a rushing cascades of awe, of beauty, of reconstruction, until the point where the observer starts to vanish, start to be outside of the screen. And it seems like even this screen starts to be totally void. Thank you.
Can I have the WOOC lab back, please?
Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, so now we're properly in the cave without the support of the technique, so you'll see.
So let's go to the next question. Actually, so what does the cave represent or symbolize for you? So this is an open question, so you can write your what does the cave symbolize or represent for you. You can just, what is it? Oh, sorry. I think the next. 4 again options. Does the cave represent or symbolize for you the end of the world? Is it an opportunity for something new? A call to return to traditions? Or is it really a return to rawness? Okay, so we have 52 people participating in the workshop. So if we get all the answers registered, I think it's going to be more interesting to see the stats and then see what is the distribution of the answers, the symbolic representation of cave.
Let's go? No?
Yes. Okay.
All right.
No, it comes up. Okay. Just because it's changing, still people are voting. Let's wait it because it's just still moving.
Okay, so anyone wants to comment on his answer? So I see that no one wants to return to traditions. What does that mean? We will leave it as a question mark. Should you?
I'm not really good at these things, but I guess the cave thing is supposed to be some kind of figurative thing, and I always failed English, so I never got those questions right. But I don't think I'd ever be in a cave. I think I'd get on the island and I'd go into survival mode as soon as I woke up. I'd scan the beach for whatever was left of the boat that I could use, and then I'd go hunting for water, and I'd be looking out for animals or people that could kill me, and figure out how to deal with them, and then I'd look for shelter and food. So I don't know. I guess that's all an opportunity for something new. And after I got all that stuff squared away, you know, I'd figure out if I could remember how to make wine. And you know, get on with my life. You know, I mean, that's a figurative type thing, right? That's more of a luxury and a way to get on with your life. So, and then I'd obviously be waiting for a ship to come by to take me away, because whatever I built probably wasn't going to be as good as what I could get where they would take me. So anyway, an opportunity for something new.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
And which is actually, I think the normal reaction in some sense, and that's what we see in the Robinson Crusoe story, where like he built his own castle, he built his country house, he's getting, you know, like he's trying to rebuild everything as he knew, reconstruct his stock, and get himself some pleasure in some sense on the island. That's the entire first part of the story, where he builds all of these words back again, and even very harder. Like even he thinks, okay, I have some how would you say, like du blé. Le blé is hay. Yeah, I think hay. And so he harvested, but and then he thinks, okay, if I want to do bread, I need to keep the hay for 1 year to the second, and then little by little, it gets back its entire culture, up until the moment, I don't know where we are in the question, but when someone else will come, and as you said, looking for some people, am I in danger? Are they gonna steal my things? Do I have to defend myself to an intruder, etc. at the survival mode?
But in fact, also there is the experience of the cave is after what you described, because everybody will, I mean, most people will behave the way you said that you will. I will do the same thing, like a survival mode, trying to reconstruct all that, etc. And when Michel Tournier wrote Vendredi ou les limbes du Pacifique, when he wrote his book about Robinson Crusoe, in the original Robinson Crusoe, that's the surviving mode all the time, up to the end. And in fact, what does Michel Tournier is, it's not going to happen this way. If somebody is staying, it can work for 1 year, let's say 2 years, 3 years, maybe 4 years, maybe 5 years, but no way that you will be in this mode on your own for like 20 years, 30 years. It's impossible. So he tried to understand what is really loneliness, not like what we would call like a loneliness of the teenager that is in his room, I am on my own, but he knows that his parents are thinking about him, you know? Or like, and at first, the guy is like a teenager for the first year, like everybody is thinking about me, they are looking for me, so I'm in surviving mode. And so even if nobody is looking at him in the island, he thinks that the world is still looking at him. But there is one moment, and I think it will work also for you, that what is your reason, like what is even the reason we can't even, I'm talking for myself, of course, to show off, because there is nothing off, you know? So what can you do? I mean, the theater doesn't work anymore. At first you can create the theater and create again, and at the end, what is the reason to live? And it's at that time that there is the regression in the cave. And so the cave is a metaphor, but a very concrete metaphor, because what's happening then? It is at that time like, what do I do? What can I do? I mean, we turn to rawness and there is some other huge eyes like God or anything, or it's an opportunity for something new, like without life. What can I do at that very strategic moment? You know?
I think you can guess at what you might experience in that, situation, but I don't think you can really be accurate until you actually get there. And number one. Sure. And number two, I watched the Castaway movie, so
of course,
painting a face.
That's the reason why it's a game.
Paint a face on a coconut is always the way to get a friend.
I know, but it's a game. The question of the game is how to make the experience, but the experience is never the thing itself. But when you do the game, maybe it allows you to think, how would I react? And just to try to think about it. Like Boris Cyrulnik said, our brain is also here to, like 40% of our brain is to do things that we don't perceive. And so it's what is the game about.
I think there is a question there. Please, go ahead. Yes, no, there is a lady on the back.
I was just going to say, forgive my laryngitis, that if we're talking transformative processes, then I think, for me, coming into the cave is on the level of the body, on the level of emotion, and so it becomes the end of the world. It becomes the place of despair, the place of hopelessness, and it's as if the transformative powers of being open to something new, opportunities for something new actually happen to me, come up through me as I'm dwelling in that place of despair, rather than an intellectual decision. I'm in the cave, now it's an opportunity for something new. So I think in all the old stories around transformation, the cave is that place of embodied blackness, and we just can't sort of leap forward intellectually, but have to wait for life to speak up through us. That's all I was going to say.
Thank you for this comment. And please. Yeah, it's interesting that you have fashioned that as a projection into this imaginary environment. Whereas I think if we look in our own lives, most of us have felt times where we have confronted those situations. And it's interesting to reflect on what we actually have done in those situations when we have experienced that hopelessness and that sense of loss.
Thank you very much. I think we move to the next question because in an interest of time. So what would you need to get out of the cave? And this is an open question, just one word. What do you need to get out of the cave? And again, I really appreciate if you respect the spirit of the conference and share words that are appropriate to share in public. Thank you.
Okay, philosophy, imagination. Okay. Ladder.
Dynamite, yes. Good food, yes.
Okay. Okay. So friends, faith, introspection, myself, and F16. Possibility, good food, spirits, resolve, the truth, imagination, philosophy, courage, trust, openness, hope, light. And I think these are the words that probably we all need somehow in the noosphere. And this is, I think, maybe laughter. A plan, hope. And we have a lot of philosophy, mythology.
Someone needs Raphael.
No. Yes, somebody is disguising as Raphael. Spirits, light, map, courage, supplies, rope, I would imagine. Okay. Introspection, resolve. Okay. Thank you. So, yes, you want to
So
say
it
something?
feels like we have a right balance between like spiritual energy, faith, hope, and quite pragmatic solutions, the ladder, the dynamite, and things like that. So it's a right balance of pragmatism and good faith and spirituality.
So I think
But
maybe
let's
with
keep
this
going.
bunch of groups, we could definitely build a positive noosphere as we want by the end of day 3. So let's move to the second station, the ontology lab. So now as Robinson, imagine you have emerged from the cave, but your transformation is about to be tested. You must reflect on your evolving relationship with the island, while confronting a new presence with different beliefs, language, and customs from your own. This encounter stirs a deep anxiety within you, challenging your worldview, your assumptions, and your sense of self. So again, following the same format of the previous station, we are inviting you to this question: how would you characterize your relationship to the island?
And as you will answer them, you'll see that there's like intertwined ontologies combined secretly in those answers.
Are you someone that sees connection between everything and you ponder on ways to harness the island's potential? You sense hidden connections between everything and you wonder if you can fit them into a theory? If you recognize symbolic relationships and wonder how you can fit into them? Or are you someone who feels connected to the island through a shared inner life, but you still feel alone?
Okay. So maybe if any one of you wants to start commenting on his answer, please, we can start right away if you want.
Just to keep it, I think, a little bit on track with time, For this question, we can take only one person sharing, and hopefully, for the final question, we can get more people. Anyone wants to share their answer or view on this question? Yes.
Thank you so much. So I answered the first answer, or I choose the first answer, which is seeing the connections. I choose the first answer, which is seeing the connections between everything, and I ponder on ways to harness the island's potential, because I believe that there is a domino effect that connects each and everything in this island. So one thing affects the other, and if we can detect the process of growth of these things, we can harness them and we can make them grow. So thank you. This is my point of view about it.
Thank you for sharing it. And so maybe you've noticed that it's a sort of interaction between analogism and dualism right here, so that like the two ontology can combine and produce things. So I would know, but just quickly, I mean, if we give this definition, yes, in the analogic ontologies, and we refer to this ontology, generally speaking, through Philippe Descola, but that's a way to see all the interconnection between things and the secret symbolic communication between every elements of a system. And at the same time, you said that it was great to use it in a dualistic, naturalistic way, meaning that like you approach it in order to harness nature. So you use this symbolic understanding of all the analogic systemic functioning of the world in order to implement also a sort of naturalistic order of the world. And that's we did that in order to show people that like it's not a necessity to separate those ontologies, but that they can be articulated, and in some sense in new ways of agriculture that are trying to mix traditional ways and like ecosystemic ways are a form of mixed or combined, I think, form of ontologies.
Okay, so let's move to the next question. Now, you have discovered another person on the island. And the question is, how do you feel? You feel excited and you try to share your experience with him, her, or they. You feel anxious and you start following him, her, or they. You feel scared and you avoid interaction and hide. Or you feel superior and you make sure that you can control him, her, or they.
Okay. Great. So who can share the fourth answer with us? Tell us
who feels superior and you make sure that you can control him or her or they?
That was Robinson's first reaction, of course, especially since it was in the imaginary of the early ethnologic, anthropologic research. So where the figure of the primitive, of the savage was, you know, something to be educated. So, but anyone wants to share any of the answers?
Or maybe we move to the next question?
Or we can move to the next question if anybody...
Okay. So the new person, by mistake, destroys everything you have built on the island. So you feel rage, you lash out, ultimately you basically beat them to death. Do you feel annoyed and you decide to move to another part of the island? Or you feel anxious, wondering if you can rebuild what you have lost? Or perhaps you finally feel free from your need to control and you start to embrace new ways of being. There are 3 people who feel very much rage. Wow. So we have...
And you know that this event actually happened in the novel of Michel Tournier. It's where like Robinson Crusoe has accumulated everything that he has actually put in his castle, deep in a cave, safe. And also he has stuck his explosive, which were like stuck to defend himself against probable invader. And also he had like kept for special occasion the little remainder of tobacco he had left. But Friday, being completely unaware of this hoard, like the keeping, just goes into the cave, start to smoke the remainder of tobacco, chilling out in the cave, and then hearing Robinson Crusoe getting back to his castle, he's like, oh my God, the master cannot cut me smoking tobacco. So he throws the cigarette deep in the cave, rush out, and so all of the explosive, boom, explode the cave, and so everything is lost for Robinson at that moment. So you are in his shoes right now, and let's see what you do. And so whoever wants to comment on his answer, please feel free. No shame, you are allowed to have rage. It's probably better to express it at first, because if you keep it pretending that you have no rage at first, it might be worse.
Okay. There is someone, yes, there is a question. Yes.
Well, I answered one, but I did it. I mean, ultimately causing their death. I mean, yeah, no, I would not kill someone.
Louder, louder.
Oh, louder?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, I answered one.
Of course
but
you answered
I will
one.
say that it would be without causing their death. But I would definitely feel rage and lash out because you know I sometimes feel entitled to be angry when I'm aggrieved, and I think that's a perfectly valid emotion. And I think it's also useful for someone to know that they have aggrieved you, because that's an opportunity for them to make amends, and for both of you to move on. So I answered one, but without the killing, please.
That's good. Excellent. Anybody else wants to comment on his answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
So for me, I chose number 3, but there were 2 keywords there to make me move from the rage. So there was the killing part, and there was the by mistake. So that person, the person made it by mistake. So putting myself in a survival mode and someone doing it by mistake. So yeah, then I moved to number 3.
Great, great. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move
Anybody
to,
else? Or?
I don't know if there is anybody else that wants to.
Although, and just maybe a quick comment also, that like where Robinson Crusoe will learn from Friday also on this kind of question of like dealing with the rage or the anger against someone that did you a prejudice, willingly or not. Friday will help Robinson Crusoe to create puppets figuring the other. So at some point they both have the puppet of the other that can beat up the moment, but they have a lot of rage, so they beat up the puppet, and then they can remain friends together. So that's also a sort of like symbolic strategy to deal with your rage with acknowledging it, but you know, diverting the violence in order not to kill the person onto a puppet.
Strategy of the puppet is great. Yeah.
Okay. So shall we move to next question? So we are in the last station of this workshop, the noospheric rite of passage. Now you stepped into the noosphere, a realm where shared human thoughts and creativity connects us all and shape the future of the biosphere and humanity. This is a moment of transformation, a rite of passage into deeper awareness of your place within the interconnected web. In this station, we explore what actions can you take to honor and strengthen these connections, and how can you contribute to a noosphere that fosters collaboration, care, positive change for the planet and its people. So what does embracing a relational worldview, a noospheric worldview, mean for you? So it's an open, basically, question again, so you can just write in one word on one sentence. Give it to get, give to get. bridging. After this, we exit the thing, and I go to the. I will ask to bring the slides back to finalize.
Okay, and I will take tell the story to So maybe to accompany you while you're answering this, I'd like to share with you like the story that is also in Robinson Crusoe, and that marks the highlights of the climax of Robinson Crusoe discovering the secret island, this other island, and in some sense the very figuring or symbol of the noospheric within this story. And that really also interested Gilles Deleuze when he commented on Michel Tournier's story, Robinson Crusoe, in Logic of Senses. Because towards the end of the story, you have Friday, who has spotted the oldest male goat of the island, and he sees this as the totemic animal of the island. And Friday wants to wrestle with this male goat, and so they go into a sort of like symbolic fight, the two of them, and they fight, and eventually they fall off a cliff, and the male goat falls first, and Friday falls onto him, and so the goat dies, but not Friday. And in some sense, the goat saved the life of Friday within this symbolic fight. And out of respect for the dead body of this male goat, Friday will start to create an art piece. And maybe we're returning to this importance of art and poetry for the noosphere. So Friday will turn the skin of the goat into something that will make it of a kite. Then he will use the bones to create a series of pipes in order to create music. And then he will attach the kite to a tree and hanging the pipes within the kite and the tree and waiting for at night the wind to blow within the pipes and create some kind of magical music. And Deleuze sees it as the sort of like a poetic connection between the sky and the earth, while all the remainders element of the dead body of the male goat starts to create this enchanting music where it becomes the voice of the island. And so you see here that like all the elements and all the teaching of Friday to Robinson Crusoe help him to create this sort of like, for me, noospheric like dimension of the island and relationality of all the elements of the people on the island.
The island become alive, become really alive at that moment, and that's the relationist ontology that take place, and he's reaching a new awareness, a new kind of awareness. So it's very noospheric. He's reaching actually the noospheric state where he's aware of this entire connection. He doesn't feel that he's alone anymore. He has gone beyond all those things, because at one moment he thinks it's just like this part of the island that is alive. At one moment, he's the only one to be alive. At one moment, and now he feels that he become, as it was, the word was pronounced today, like panpsychic. It's like pan. It's the entire island, the entire nature that is alive. There is no distinction.
If somebody wants to share a thought, what does embracing a relational worldview in the noosphere mean for you? This is going to be the, I think, final question, and before and after that we close the workshop.
To think the meaning of this, as you say, it's some kind of an initiation. It's to be, as we say in Buddhism, the peaceful warrior. So meaning like you are, the people that are enlightened, another way to to see a Buddha, someone that has reached the state of Buddhahood, which is enlightenment in Buddhism, it's to call them the victorious one, the one that is actually victorious. And we can see victorious against what? I mean, victorious, I mean, yes, victorious against his own prejudice. But his own prejudice are not only intellectual prejudice, like the prejudice that were embodied in him, what the Buddhists call karma. It's really embodied. You behave in a certain way, you can't help. You feel this anxiety, it's just you are in front of people and you're scared, etc. And so there is a kind of bravery in front of your own mind that free your mind from your own prejudices because you are able to go beyond every traumatic experience to expand your mind. That's actually the experience of the island when you're, so you become a victorious one, if I can say, in a way.
And maybe so, just remember that also the irony of the story is that in the Tournier version of Crusoe, at the very end of the story, of course, a ship comes. And so he has the option to leave the island and return to the European world. Well, in the Defoe story, of course, Robinson Crusoe is very happy to go back to the world, and then there's a volume 2 where he's like getting back. He's
and he goes with Friday. And Friday likes to go there.
In the Tournier, it's Friday who decides to go back to Europe and to the other world, while Robinson Crusoe decides to stay. And there's a little guy escaping from the boat that he will call Thursday, and that eventually will start to live in the island, but like willingly, totally willingly at that time. While in the Defoe story, Robinson Crusoe goes back.
They change positions, and they change perspective. So that's the real meaning of modernity, the change of perspective.
So again,
exactly, they become equal.
So again, the main difference is that the first story is a story of a return to the initial point. You leave Europe, Christianity, Protestant ethics, accumulation, and the capitalist system in order to go on the sea, and then eventually you rebuild that world and you expect to return to point zero, while in Michel Tournier, you escape that life, then you try to return, and then you understand that there's a possible deviation that would lead us to this third story that is unknown, in becoming, and that is a sort of like a call to make coexist all these ontologies. And we haven't really talked about it, but not in a retro-utopian or neo-traditionalist way, but as a new combination to inhabit the island beyond the point zero.
It's a journey towards the third story, actually. And at the end, that's the third story that is told. You know, well, in the first Robinson Crusoe, it's not only Robinson that comes back. It's also Friday, actually. That is, and so it's like he has succeeded in converting Friday to become a businessman or something like that.
Absolutely. And Robinson, who had like a cotton field, I think, with slaves in Brazil, will eventually claim back his property and get back his fortune and reinstall himself there with the help of the administration and etc. So that's a real split between the two stories. All right.
Okay, everyone, thank you very much for your participation. Again, this was very new to us also. We were discovering and learning with you what this would look like shared with a bigger group. Feel free to share your feedback with us after the day 2, basically, during dinner. And that's it. So thank you very much, and voila. Well, but I think it's yeah, I think it's let me see how many, like, what did people say? I feel fairies, mushrooms. Just everyone to remind you that the next session, business global conversation with global business leaders, starts at 5. So if you kindly come back to the room at 5, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
wife would say, honey, sugar, babe. And so people said, wow, years of marriage. We're still so in love. I said, it's been more than 20 years that I forgot her name.
Don't do that to me.
Sugar, babe, honey. I forgot her name.
Yeah, right.
Viva, Rosella,
Yeah, that's probably true more often than you think. But not in our case. Anyway, you guys have fun up here, okay?
Thanks, honey. I forgot his name.
Thanks, Molly.
Another successful day.
Erica?
She's coming.
Okay.
Yes, and I'll ask my question. So,
We warmed up your seat.
Where can I see? This one. This one? This one? Yeah.
It's light. No, I have.
You have it? Ah, Giuseppe. Est-ce que tu l'as?
Ah oui, j'en ai un. Il est là.
Okay.
Okay.
Finished?
Yes.
Ich habe fertig.
Alors, comment on dit?
Yes. You can just say hello. Here is my.
I've got your bio. I just don't have the program in front of me. Are these on?
Do you want to know what I'm talking about? I don't even know. It will come out of it.
Hand me the program.
Business.
Hand me the program. Okay, folks, let's come back together, please. We've got one more track this afternoon. Business and leadership in the noosphere. So please take your seats, or you will miss the train. It's about to leave the station. Before I introduce our next speaker, I just wanted to confirm some details for those of you who are have been invited to the Friends of Ben kind of memorial dinner we're having tonight. That will be at 6:30, and it will be in a separate section, I think behind the glass doors at the back of the restaurant. So we will gather at 6:30 and share our remembrances of Ben over dinner before the Now a Music performance here at 8:30? Yes, 8:30. So dinner for us at 6:30, here at 8:30. Is the music performance here?
No, it's in the other auditorium.
In the other auditorium, which is where? Where we had lunch?
No, another one.
Ibn Rushd?
Yes.
Okay, we will walk together from the hotel lobby to the performance at a few minutes before 8:30. 8:15. Got it. Okay. So if you are not a part of the dinner for Ben, you're welcome to have dinner before, or if you're very European, after the music performance. If you're American like me, you want your dinner by 6:30. Okay. So business and leadership in the noosphere. It's my pleasure to introduce Michael Pearson, who will talk a little bit on this topic and who will then moderate a panel conversation among our esteemed contributors. So I will introduce Michael, and then he'll introduce or give the opportunity to self-introduce to the panelists. My colleague, a team member of Human Energy, Dr. Michael Pearson, is a professor at Fordham University's Gabelli School of Business. He leads the Center for Humanistic Management there and holds the James F. Stoner Endowed Chair in Global Sustainability. With a PhD in organizational behavior from the University of St. Gallen and a postdoctoral fellowship at Harvard, his research focuses on reimagining business and economics to prioritize human dignity and well-being. A pioneer in humanistic management, he's helped establish a new paradigm for organizational design centered on human flourishing. As a part of Human Energy's research team, he explores evolving business beyond traditional capitalism toward more conscious economic systems. And I was pleased to be able to attend a conference that the Humanistic Management Association hosted, Michael hosted at Fordham this summer, and it was just a great experience. So I'm delighted to have him take the stage.
Fantastic. Thank you. Is this on? Okay, you can hear me? Great. Human Energy, yay. So before the dinner, I'll just share a couple of provocations because I think there is hopefully the space for us to interact and have a conversation, because the way that we're looking at leadership is not necessarily through the lens of business, or we can sort of invite you to think about any organization that is being led in any role that you're playing, which I think you can interpret as leading. But for that to start, I will just give a couple of intellectual provocations. We can't go into much depth, but we will sort of go maybe in the conversation into the pieces that resonate with you. I do want to share a couple of thoughts briefly before, and then share a little video, because Sheila yesterday, I think, reminded us that we need to use the arts in different ways to tell stories, maybe uplifting stories. So I asked my team to rush to finish a documentary that's about 10 minutes long, so I'll share that at the very end. You'll be the first audience to see it. It will go to film festivals, so we'll be under review for some time and not emerge, but it'd be great to have your feedback on that. But the bigger picture is really that reality proves possibility, and what we can do as human beings, maybe we can think about a new realism of who we are, because I think those are the three existential questions. Where do we come from? Who are we? Where are we going? We will try to center on what does it help for us to rethink who we are first, maybe through the lens of reality, what we know already. And with that, you all know the current situation. There are a lot of, like some challenges, polycrisis, etc., is a term. But I just ask you to imagine. I think that was also a conversation yesterday. What if we imagine, got better at imagination? What if the business of business wasn't business, as it's commonly sort of assumed, but it was the noosphere? What does that even mean? I'll throw out that it could mean that we can create a world that works for everyone. But I ask you to imagine further. What if we can turn deserts into an oasis and grow healthier food there? What if we can turn desert into forest and then combat climate change? Well, what if there are companies that are doing just that, and the world actually knew about them? So reality proves possibility. Those companies actually exist. Many people don't report on them. Many people don't know about them. But CO2 can effectively be removed via what people call now regenerative agriculture. Climate change can be reversed if that is done at scale. Better health for people and planet are a result through a different type of business and leadership. I ask you to imagine another scenario. What if employees can actually be owners? Not modern slaves or cogs in the machine, but they can actually also successfully run companies. We asked a couple of Wall Street CEOs whether they think that's possible. They say no. But I ask you, what if it was? Because it is, again, a reality that proves possibility. In Spain, the number 10 company, the biggest, one of the largest companies, called Mondragon, is a worker cooperative with more than 70,000 members. They're not employees, they're members. They run about 80 to 90 world-leading cooperative businesses. And people there feel empowered and dignified, and they see that space as a part of their human flourishing. Another imaginary story, but what if we can lower recidivism and create societal integration through business? And Grayston Bakery, in collaboration with Ben & Jerry's, has successfully done that over more than 40 years, reduced poverty and crime in Yonkers, New York, and people there feel empowered and dignified. So these are sometimes feel-good stories, but they actually speak to something bigger, as if we can imagine that that's possible for humanity, what stops us? What stops us? I think there's a bigger story that stops us, which is that we're fundamentally evil, we're fundamentally incompetent, or what you call is sort of the veneer theory of human nature. And you see that expressed in stories like The Lord of the Flies. You see it confirmed by some social psychological experiments like the Stanford prison experiment. You all probably heard of that. And it turns out that many of those stories aren't accurate. The Lord of the Flies is imagined, right? Much like Robinson Crusoe too. But there may be some reality to it. But it turns out that the reality is actually much different. And the reality of The Lord of the Flies, a story that basically is imagining people, again, landing on an island and then being really evil to each other to outcompete one another. Actually, we're much more cooperative than that. So the real story of the folks that actually landed on an island in the South Sea, they survived by collaborating, and they actually still like each other. The Stanford prison experiment, there's a recent National Geographic documentary out that says, you know, it took Zimbardo quite a bit to get people to comply with being in that role. And it's not given that we're like turning into these evil folks, and it's just not true. But what if we actually took this seriously? I will say reality creates possibility. Rutger Bregman, that some of you probably know, has done a lot of the storytelling behind that too, because there's a lot of debunking that I think needs to go on, that we can create better imaginative stories that actually are already real. But we tend to sort of be stuck in like this is sort of a positive deviance, if anything. Now, I want to bring up Darwin because in many ways Darwin gets the credit to have coined this kind of understanding of us as being sort of like dog eat dog, especially in the business world. That's what people throw around. I just pulled a couple of quotes here, maybe read the first one, because there's nothing further from the truth there in a way that he says, the following proposition seems to be in a high degree probable, namely that any animal whatever endowed with well marked social instincts would inevitably acquire a moral sense or a conscience as soon as its intellectual powers had become as well or nearly as well developed as in man. This is part of the Descent of Man, another volume that he's writing, but he's very clear that our social nature, based on this emotionality that we've been discussing, is actually leading us to collaborate effectively in those that are able to collaborate, outcompete, and outsurvive the group that isn't. And so we have become fundamentally collaborative, but we don't necessarily believe it. One of the most powerful narratives that is culturally endorsed is that of Scrooge McDuck, is that of Homo economicus, which basically assumes we're only in it for ourselves. The evidence showcases that, yes, there are these people, they're called psychopaths, but they're like the negatively deviant people, and there may be 1% to 4% of it. But we seem to have designed organizations, especially businesses, to cater to that type. Whereas for the 96 or 99%, we fail. And that's why you probably don't have to be surprised that most of our people in organizations are depressed. But what if we were acting like the result of 4 billion years of evolutional success? And we actually got back to who we are and what made us survive. Then I think a new realism may kick in. At this point, we're sort of celebrating the superheroes on one end, Marvel characters, those are the blockbusters. But in reality, many other people are sort of like checking out. And I think the noosphere can give us a sense of like, yeah, we are not the superhero, and we don't have to check out necessarily. We have agency, and we can co-create. But we can't do it by ourselves. We actually need to intentionally create the conditions under which we can collaborate effectively. It does require a certain intentionality, direction, and meaning, which I think is part of the noosphere conversation. Are we organizing for survival? No. No, we're sort of like creating business models that are benefiting from desperation, right? I'm saying that leadership options are in any organizations, but the typical one that we're endorsing right now is the one of the triangular sandwich, which basically says you're a good leader if you maximize something, right? It could be GDP, it could be profit, it could be fame, it could be something, market share. So you choose your maximization function or the dependent variable, and then you go after that, and you're a great leader when you do that. When in fact, I think the evolutionary insights show us, no, we're actually designed to balance, and good leaders balance. And so just in terms of the contrarian example, you may be familiar with Kate Raworth's donut economics. We use the bagel to distinguish that, okay, we actually, as a species, to survive well and flourish, we need to fulfill the dignity minimum. And that's where we actually start having energy. Human energy actually becomes activated. And then we have to respect, just as a physical fact, that there are planetary boundaries. And so within that, we have a safe and just operating zone for humanity in which we can all flourish. Are we taking this up as a leadership option? It's a possibility, right? And I'll show you a couple of examples of businesses that are already doing it. Many of you don't know, because they're not publicly listed oftentimes, and they don't do scandal very well, because only those businesses seem to do scandalous stuff, seem to be on the front page of some news. There are some leaders behind that. You may know Paul Pullman. I'm not really sure that he endorses the noosphere as such, but he certainly behaved in a more conscious way that would allow some of that to develop. So what if we can imagine human collaboration to have the intentionality to create a world that works for everyone, with everyone a co-creator in business and beyond? We call this humanistic leadership, and it turns out it is actually good for you, health-wise and wealth-wise and well-being-wise. So with that, I actually just want to pause and show you an example of an organization that has been doing this for 50 years almost. It's in Egypt, so I thought it may be particularly relevant, and it's working in the domain of agriculture, but it's just sort of a multi-sector business. It's called Sechem, and who do I need to give the signal to? Anyway, okay, so it is not fully done. Ben Stiller, who you might know, is narrating it for us. We don't have the subtitles yet, so I apologize for it. But this is a part of a bigger effort to spread these kind of stories. So, done. There you go.
Deep inside of me, there was a living image. In the middle of a desert, I see myself scooping up water from a source. Carefully, I plant trees, herbs, flowers, and drench their roots with the precious moisture. The cool water attracts people and animals who quench and refresh themselves. The trees offer shade. The land turns green.
It all started in 1975. It was just after the war. This peace movement coming and some hope for a peaceful future. And this was the reason that my father then decided to take the family to Egypt to show them his home country. Coming to Egypt from Austria, where we were living in a small village where we have 8 months per year snow, and then going into the desert, meeting the camels, seeing the pyramids, going to the temples, visiting these people living in clay houses and without electricity and without water and wastewater and so on, was just impressive for all of us. And I'm speaking about my sister, my mother, and myself. Is an interesting example of this issue of inner coal and outer coal. He felt strongly the outer coal of Egypt when he came here in 1975. Something was needed, and he was ready with courage to do things which are really crazy. And at the same time, he had his inner coal, and as an inner coal, he had this continuous search for truth, for science, for understanding what is it what we miss out if we reduce our world to the material part of it.
You know, it was desert. It was really some little trees. And then he told me, here we will make a school, and here we will make a cheese factory, and I will build you a palace over there. And of course, the palace I didn't believe, but all other things, I was quite sure this will happen.
Sikkim can be a model of what humanity can do in a very figurative and literal way, in a sense of turning a desert into an oasis.
If you want to bring back life into the desert, it needs water. There's no life without water. And if you're going into the desert in this place here, for example, in the mother farm of Sikkim, where they started in the very beginning, it is a little bit in the outskirts of the Nile Delta, which is very rich in water from the Nile. The water what we are using here is mainly through a well which we are digging till 20 meters. But it is basically coming from the underlying water of the Nile. So the underground water is fed by the Nile.
So what's powerful about this example is that you literally turn desert into a paradise of sorts that you oftentimes don't know is possible.
In a certain way, sometimes we have to dream with something and then a little bit to achieve little bit objectives over the years. To achieve the long way dream.
So the magic works.
Sekhem means vitality of the sun. Look, most of the planet is desert, and with climate change, we're going to see more and more land becoming dry and barren. With Ibrahim's strong belief, along with the collective vision of others, 40 years later, this area has been completely transformed with healthy, flourishing soil. Healthy soil equals plants. Plants that are now responsible for several highly profitable companies that produce medicine, food, and clothing. Companies that are leaders not only in Egypt, but worldwide. And how did they do it? Take excess carbon out of the air and put it in the soil. That's it. Done. This didn't just regenerate soil. It regenerated a community.
So I come here, of course I chit-chat a bit with my colleagues in the morning, and then we start the morning circle, where we all come together in one circle, all the employees. We come around one tree and we look at each other, see who's here, see who's not.
I think this circle has magic. For the Sikkim community, it's a very, very important ritual, because it's really what shows this piece of social art in action. When people from very different walks of life are just joining in this circle, and each one of them feels at home. For very, very different purposes, very, very different reasons, they all feel at home. Or it's their circle of interest because they are making good business. It doesn't really matter where you stand, it must work for everyone.
I want to be a dentist. Anything in the school, activities, playing, drawing. Learning drawing in this, I can draw anything. I learned it from Miss Hagar.
When I came to Sikkim school,
I found the life in the school, not the school in the life. Everything is alive. The classroom is alive. Beautiful. Everything around us is beautiful. There is no fences. There is no limited in knowledge or to express about ourselves as a teachers or as a students. So I think all the students here, they felt they are in their home.
Women should be empowered, should be well educated, should be in a good health situation and well-being. This is fact in our beliefs, and it's also in the Egyptian constitutions. It's written, but who is applying? This is the questions.
Lucky are the girls which came to Sechem, which worked with my mother, because they had a good salary, a good income, could marry, could have an independent life. I mean, she was from the very beginning connected to building up this Sechem community from scratch, from nothing. And I think it's really she who made it possible also that girls, which 47 years ago were not leaving their homes easily, going to factories or farms or communities to work, could come. It's, as I said, for her, the wealth of this experience are the connections, the people. My father, being more an intellectual guy, a researcher, you see all the books. He needed operas, he needed cultural events, he needed nourishment of another kind for his soul.
أنا حبيت سيكم جدا جدا أنا وارتحت نفسيا وتعلمت حاجات كتير في سيكم، وأولادي هنا تعلموا، جبتهم من الحضانة لأن ما خلصوا الكلية هم في سيكم هنا، وحبينا والدكتور إبراهيم جدا وكان بيحبنا جدا وبيمشي معانا، مش صاحب عمل، كان أب لينا، فكنا ماشيين معاه بكل شغل بإخلاص وكل جد.
My dad would have been able to go out now of this office, go to the right side, meet a gardener and engage in a discussion about his daughter. And then in the evening send him something which he was mentioning, she needs a book or she needs a pen or something, and then sending it. And he was able to do this for the thousands of people of Sechem.
هنا أكتر حاجة بنحبها هنا وتعلمناها المواعيد والنظام.
أنا لما جيت هنا طبعا أعجبت جدا بالمكان والمنظر. أنا لما باجي هنا مش بحس إن أنا جاي أشتغل في مستشفى، أنا جاي رحلة.
Everything that we're doing here and what we're working on is for a cause that it cares about everything. So it cares about the people, make sure that they're treated fairly, and then the environment is regenerating itself.
I have friends and I play with friends. The last school I don't friends.
Every day I'm waking up and I'm quite motivated to see what's coming next, because you never know what's coming next. It's challenging you, it's bringing you to the edge, it brings you emotionally to the edge also. Lots of chances to learn.
So the real care for the people and not only giving them the feeling that they are seen, no, being seen. This is what they honored most in their relationship with him.
I never forget the advice of Dr. Ibrahim. We are here to serve the students, to shape their minds. So let's imagine that we are shaping their minds with their future cool and ambitious and passionate, and we mingle both together to have a real change for the future and for the current state as well.
Can we transform this energy beyond Sechem, right? How can we enable other organizations, other farmers, other companies to apply this holistic concept of Sechem in their organizations, in their operations?
So, my dear friend, I can only share with you my real life experience. And this is that as soon as you get confident that the future of the world lies in your hands and that you can impact the future and that what you do today will create the future of tomorrow, that you take this responsibility on, that you do never get desperate on the future of the world, because this would mean that you get desperate on yourself. And miracles like the miracle of Sekhem are possible when you have the ability to create a vision for where you want to go, and even more important, that you get your inner courage together and move on the steps, do the right things. And by doing the right things, you will see it makes you happy and grateful every day.
All right. So I think you see some of the themes that were done philosophically applied in that live or lived experience. And now I want to turn over to our esteemed panel, who are all acting as leaders in different capacities, just to sort of share what is your perspective on the noosphere, how can it inform leadership, what are some of the challenges that you see for yourself. And Dee Freewood is going first. You'll just share a little bit about you, what you think brings you here, and who you work for.
Hi, I'm Dee Freewood, and I work for Oracle, and I'm in the Supply Chain Management Development Organization, their Center of Excellence. I work with quite large companies on big, challenging, complex, chaotic implementations, and I get the dubious honor of helping them through those challenges. So I've seen quite a bit through my career, but with respect to looking at leadership in the noosphere, I've got just a few kinds of anecdotes and perspectives. When a large company goes through change management, they are essentially trying to go through this massive digital transformation. And that's kind of scary for many of the companies who are not technology companies themselves. And we have to hold their hand through a lot of this. The leaders, though, are the ones that really need to embrace the change and take the risk and trust the process, and also trust the technologies that they're bringing forth. They are going to be at the forefront. They have to learn new things. They have to adapt and adjust. The role of a leader in this type of situation is to really define the new normal for any of these businesses and take all their employees with them. And I would have to say that in the supply chain area, it's not just taking their company with them, but everybody that constitutes their supply chain. So where the materials are sourced, or where the materials are grown or made, all the way through the assembly processes, through manufacturing, and then through the distribution. So it's not that they're looking at change just for their company, they're looking at change for the entire supply chain, which presents a challenge today, but it is a tremendous opportunity for leaders in the noosphere to actually change their perspective on who their stakeholders are. And I think that's an important thing to look at. When we go through a complex system change in the noosphere, the project timeline is shortened. It's actually can go to zero, because the technology part is the easiest part. It's the change of culture that's most difficult. So most of these implementations will take months and months and months. It can go to zero in the ideal noosphere situation. Learning is not going through a training process. It's embedded in everything they do from the first time a leader makes a decision to transform and accept the technology. Many things get eliminated. So this is the optimistic part. You don't have dependencies on people or events or particular expertise. You don't have dependencies on decisions that an individual or a small group makes, because everybody is communicating. So communication in the noosphere allows us to go from decision to a change of state in a blink. I think that from a
perspective of change management, it's no longer the management that you have to worry about. You're just going to have a due date or a date when things change in state. And if you could imagine the noosphere giving you all the information, giving you all of the resources in order for you to make that transformation, it'll be very easy and something we will look forward to. But when you talked about financial gains, being able to reward a leader for how they actually meet their numbers. So there's the financial capital that they gain, but we're looking at social capital in the world of the noosphere, because they get to look at the entire supply chain, increase the number of stakeholders, do social good, and get the results along the way and share those successes, not just with their immediate employees, but everybody in that world. And I think your video illustrated that. So that's my perspective on how things would change in the noosphere.
Thank you. Amin, Bilimi, you want to share what you're doing and maybe your perspective on the possibilities of the noosphere and leadership in business?
Sure. So I'm Amin Belimli. I'm professor at the UM6P in the business school of the university called Africa Business School. I'm the head of a center of excellence that deals with complex transformation in Africa. It's called Leading Transformations in Africa. So I've been mostly concerned over my 30 years of experience or so as a practitioner before joining academia. I've been really mostly concerned by how things emerge over time when they're not intentionally designed and planned. We hear that most of the time strategy eventually is not only planned, most of it is emergent. Things that you didn't know you were going to do, but you finish by doing. So I got interested in what is it that we can do to generatively cultivate that, if it makes sense. How do we cultivate the bottom up, not the top down, right? The things that, like a gardener, how do we, like the second people, how do we protect, nurture, connect, etc. So I really got into this world of complex adaptive change, systems change, and I started looking at culture, traditions, wisdom. The pool of traditions in Africa and the Arab world is full of enlightening notions that are really key for this noosphere perspective. Let me give you some examples. The Ubuntu philosophy in South Africa, in the Bantu language, it means I am because we are. It is connected to interconnectedness and sense of belonging. The hikmah notion in the Islamic and spiritual tradition means a combination between practical wisdom, ethics, and acting for the greater good. And this notion of hikmah is connected to the phronesis from the Greek word or tradition, meaning that what is it that we do to adapt in the same time to a context, but being connected to something transcendent that is beyond ourselves. And I think that's the key notion of noosphere. Let me give you another metaphor that really inspired me so much until now. Did you know that the largest living body in the planet is a fungal network of threads called mycelium, and it's actually in Oregon in the United States. It spans across 3.5 miles. And it represents approximately 1,700 football fields. It's massive. And it is a network of fungal threads that manages load balancing of nutrients, water, information between trees, between species. And actually 90% of the the soil plants get their fair share of nutrients and needs from these networks across the globes. So my perspective around noosphere is, how about having a human and social mycelium of not threads of fungal mushrooms, but of stewards, of custodians, the likes of you, people that are connectors, nurturers, protectors, and who create space, create conditions for life to flourish. And I got to find out that in social innovation, in social entrepreneurship, in all the organizational innovations of this world, you find people like those that you didn't ask to do things, but they did, and because they believe it's good, and because they really appreciate you get connected. That's my perspective.
Wonderful, thank you. Amin, can you hear me? Yes. Next, Giuseppe Orlando, University of Bari, and also a resident here. You have a couple sort of critical perspectives and points. Maybe you want to just share with us some of the things that you are worried about or that you think about.
Yes, because in those companies, is this working? Okay. In those companies, I've been working also as a risk manager. So for me, risks are really important. And then when we see this picture of the world, how we do interact, how we increase our knowledge. We increase our knowledge by studying and talking and connecting with others. But before it was just physical interaction. Now is also digital interaction. So who has the knowledge, who has the power, who controls the network? Because that is a critical point. And then if this is in the hands of specific particular interest, that will drive us in a direction that may not suit well for the general public. So again, I'm concerned about these topics because I was thinking about Starlinks. Is a great invention. Is a constellation of satellites, but the space is limited. So what happens when there won't be any space for any competitor? So that is the question. And is that a private person, single company, allowed to take the control of this critical infrastructure, of our connection that, again, are not only physical, but mainly nowadays digital? So these are my concerns. And then in order, again, to have a better future, in order to have a shared happiness, I don't know how to say this, energy, whatever, we have to control that this doesn't deviate, doesn't go in a direction that collectively we don't want.
Okay, thank you. So there is possibility and there is risk, and the concentration of power and wealth is a serious risk for the noosphere, right? Okay. Last but not least, Navarra.
Oui. Donc moi, je vais faire ma présentation en français.
Ouais.
Rapidement, moi je vais m'appuyer sur mon expérience. Je dirige un centre de recherche et développement qui s'appelle Massir, qui est pluridisciplinaire. On est dans une recherche et développement appliquée et applicable dans 3 grands domaines, qui sont la microélectronique, la biotechnologie et les matériaux. Et j'ai vu au cours des 15 dernières années l'évolution du mindset des chercheurs, des ingénieurs, c'est-à-dire qu'on a démarré avec une population qui travaille en silo, chacun dans son département, dans son centre, avec une, comment dirais-je, une prudence par rapport aux voisins. Hein, il a peur qu'on vienne lui piquer ses idées. Et on les a encouragés, on les a poussés à travailler avec les autres équipes. Et on était surpris par le résultat. Dès lors qu'ils se sont ouverts vers les autres équipes, on est passé à des projets pluridisciplinaires et avec des solutions innovantes à forte valeur ajoutée. On est, comme je l'ai dit, on est dans une R&D qui répond à la base, qui devait répondre à des problématiques de l'économie et de l'industrie nationale. On devait s'occuper uniquement des problématiques du pays, du Maroc. Et très vite, on s'est ouvert un peu plus loin et on s'est intéressé à des problématiques continentales. Donc nos équipes ont commencé à travailler avec des centres de R&D, avec des universités prestigieuses en Afrique. Et on a réussi à développer, je cite des exemples, par exemple un kit de diagnostic du virus du monkeypox. Tout récemment, les équipes étaient à Kinshasa pour faire les validations cliniques. Donc tout ça pour dire que le modèle économique a évolué et la performance a évolué forcément et directement. Et aujourd'hui, on n'est plus dans une logique continentale, on est plus dans une logique mondiale, plus globale. Donc ça rejoint exactement tout ce qui a été dit sur la noosphère.
Okay, wonderful. And yeah, so maybe it's possible to sort of increase in a very short span of time the concern, the problems, the quote-unquote domain, right? It's from it's very much tribal to national to global to noospheric, right? And so I think that's the possibility that you're sort of representing in your work. And there's the risk, clearly, that on a global level, there is inequality, there is no access to leadership opportunities for everyone, for this noospheric body to work. But there could be this mycelium of some way, us as stewards, and reinterpreting that for any task, including the bigger challenges in change management and beyond, right? So we're opening up to questions if you have any. I think this is an invitation, again, not just for business, but anybody that is taking on intentional leadership. And I think we're all here in that space, if it's not only intellectual, but it's really like in practice. How can we sort of make this a grounded concept, something that does give realistic reason for hope? Anyone that wants to ask a question? Okay, so now...
I have a...
Sorry?
Here. So I have a question for 4 of you, addressed to 4 of you. What kind of change in terms of like business model should happen in order for them to be more noospheric? Because we know that the traditional business models are really driven by return on investment, but I heard that 4 of you shared about moving beyond silo thinking, connecting across industries, moving from basically local to global. But that requires really human capital. So I think 4 of you have a lot of experience in business. What it is that we need to do in order to have more value-driven business models? Thank you very much.
Okay, so what I suggest, because I think we do have some time to go to eat, and so there are a couple people raising their hand. Maybe you can just raise your hand again so we can collect the questions and then everyone can respond. There's one over here, Francis. There were a couple more questions, but yeah.
One model that I have always considered as that would be relevant for noospheric business is something that one of my collaborators has called an offer network. That means it's a way of searching for synergy where you use the capabilities of the network, the big network, the internet, supported by AI, that is that each business would post the kind of things they can offer and the kind of things they would need. And then you have an intelligent system that matches needs with offers, and like that makes synergetic connections. So I would just want to suggest that, do you think that's a good idea?
Okay, so that's maybe a way of a business model. There was one question over here, and then you respond to either one of them. I want to collect, and then you can respond.
Hello, there it is. No, I'm interested in what you see as the success factors that have really encouraged that collaboration and built confidence in it over time, including things the university did in the beginning to get the momentum started to move out of that siloed way of thinking.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, there are 3 questions. One about business models that you see, one about the possibility to offer need match supported by technology, and then the practice of moving out of the silos. So maybe, is there another? Okay, so we'll capture that one, and then you decide to respond to whichever question, and we'll start with D.
This might be a corollary to Bliss's question. It seemed like one thing that each of you did was increase the range of stakeholders. So I'm wondering if you can address that specifically.
You start.
I'll take that. So I think it's important to look at who your primary stakeholders are. Certainly, you need to answer to them. But if you widen that circle, and as I mentioned in the supply chain, if you just look beyond your company and who your vendors are and suppliers and your third-party logistics, those are the sort of the expanded business partners. But if you even go beyond that and figure that there's an area in South America that can grow coffee beans, and you have a choice as a company to do business there or just continue with your suppliers in the areas that already benefited from you. You can change the nature, the scope, the location of the other people that could benefit. So it's spreading the benefit from the original source is one of the ways that you could do that.
Yeah, maybe I can elaborate on a couple of questions. So I'm working currently with Isabelle Delannoy, who left the conference on symbiotic economy, and we're working on regenerative business models and symbiotic business models. And actually, it's another perspective, because traditionally we try to reduce negative externalities, right? Carbon footprint and stuff. But there is another angle. I think one of the colleagues mentioned that it's a synergetic approach, and we look at positive externalities between sociosphere, biosphere, and technosphere combined. So it comes to what it takes to develop that is to invite a diversity of perspectives, of voices, and manage productive tensions between framing, between worldviews on the one hand, and on the other hand, developing a systems lens, meaning that we look at the feedback loops, the recursive effects. Because if we want to foster synergies, it takes more than planning, right? It takes a lot of skill to look at the amplification effects and the leverage points and the nodes. It's another way to look at managing systems of actors. Yeah, so that's what I can say.
Couple comments. One is about the way in which we can use AI to help investments and so on. I've been part of this process. We started from spreadsheets, internet web page in which the clients, according to some questions, could be profiled in terms of risk reward, and then they could be matched with some investment opportunities. And then you can do this, you can extend it to anything. You can extend it to insurance products, to, I don't know, a car, whatever. Because at the end, the principle is the same. And then you can use also AI for that. And then you have robo-advisor, expert system, and so on. And then, what is the issue there? That the data. Who owns the data? Because the best system is not only the most clever, the most intelligent, the best trained, but often is the one that has more data. And where the data is stored? And who controls the data? So that is the issue. I think that we need to be clear about this, because when data is in private hands, then we are at risk that, again, the data will not be used for the collective benefit. So I suggest to think twice about these kind of issues.
No? Okay. There's another comment. You want to address something else?
Yeah, I wanted to address. I think, Shima, you were interested in the change in the model. And I think many things are profit-driven, bottom line driven. If you flip that and begin with some sense of corporate social good, social responsibility, I think that the only way that that could evolve as something desirable if there is social pressure to do that. You know, you have choices as consumers in business. Would you actually buy products from a company that didn't have a program to help anywhere in that supply chain I talked about? Or would you have a company that keeps its profits only for, you know, their interested parties? And I think bringing that forward in a social context, let the consumers decide. And I think that answer will come out.
I wanted to continue on the remark that Giuseppe made. So I think that indeed the ownership of the data is a very big bottleneck, and that's why our original idea that I and a couple of colleagues developed, some call it offer network, others call it a web of needs, but it's of course the matching of needs and offers, was that you would have a kind of a public protocol. And the example is, of course, the World Wide Web, which was developed by Tim Berners-Lee as a completely open public thing that everybody can use. And then you would, of course, need some kind of a repository, and there the model could be Wikipedia. Wikipedia at the moment is a public database of knowledge. You could have this public database of offers and needs. And also I want to note that it shouldn't be just a capitalist version. In a capitalist version, there is demand and there is supply. That means that the demand is willing to pay for the supply. But some people need things and they can't pay for it. And some people are willing to offer services and they don't need to be paid. So the whole idea was to have a kind of a mixed system where there are people that freely offer things, people who offer things on a condition, people who need things and are willing to pay, and you could have all of that, and via AI you could try to match all of them so that, let's say, you have, as a company, you have some output that you don't really care about, and then it turns out that some village in Africa could use that output for whatever reason that you never thought of, then the AI could match the two.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to offer two creative ideas. Not original, not mine, but I've worked with both of them. One is Buckminster Fuller, someone who I enjoyed knowing and working with, and his World Game Plan. As an architect, he had a vision of how systems could work, and I'm alluding to Amin here with your strategic sensibility. It also ties in, of course, Norbert Weiner and cybernetics and cybernetic thinking and systems analyses. But Buckminster Fuller offers not only a game plan, but the methodology that is really concretized very systematically and smartly. Further, the geodesic dome brings it great architectural semblance that has not only the sensibility of the geodesic dome, but the philosophical, theoretical awness of the geodesic dome, which is globally understood on so many different levels. I think that you might want to consider that at your meetings when thinking about creative storytelling, to more aptly allude to Buckminster Fuller, because he certainly is a purveyor and a nascent icon in our world of the futurist thinking and possibilities and potentialities. My second offering is to consider Bruce Mau. Bruce Mau is a Canadian designer who came up with the concept of massive change. And about 5 years ago or so, he and his team in, I believe, Toronto, put together an idea of if the world could change, what would it be like? His exhibition was so astute, so brilliantly, intellectually marvelous. The design is, bar none, the highest of museum elitist artists, high art sensibility that is understood without question on so many different levels. But it traveled around the world and is still very available for anyone who wants to know. But it was the images, the designs, the sensibility that people could play within this massive change environment to learn what it could be like to be in the environment. So you're dealing with immersivity, so that's very artistic and digital in experiential design, which I think Bruce Mau is a particular genius at. So just those two offerings. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? When should we close? I'm just checking. Now. Okay, great. Now we're closing with a comment and a reference to Bruce Mau. And what rhymes is good. So thank you, everybody here on the panel. And there's one more comment to close it, to bring us down.
The last thing I want to answer, a comment regarding which kind of data then they are stored, because then you may have mass surveillance. When you go to a bank and you ask for a loan, then you are rated. And then also, we know in China, but is a possibility also for us, that you may have a social rating. So you cannot book a hotel because you did something wrong. You said something wrong. You visited the wrong website. So that's it.
All right, with further ado, thank you very much, everybody, and let's eat.